We're on YouTube, so you're good.
Point order to this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Friday, February 25th, 2022. The time is 10:47 in the morning, almost said afternoon. And this is the third of 6 performance oversight hearings of agencies under the jurisdiction of the Committee of the Whole. The third of 6 hearings that we're having this week and next week. And today we will hear testimony regarding agency performance of the District of Columbia Auditor, the Office of Budget and Planning, which is within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the New Columbia Statehood Commission, the District of Columbia Retirement Board, and the Retiree Health Contribution Plan, otherwise known as the Other Post-Employment Benefits Fund, or OPEB. Today's hearing is being broadcast live on the Council Channel 13 cable television site. It's also available live on the Chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. It is also being recorded so that it will be available on the council's website through Legislation Information Management System. No, it'll be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us. Next Tuesday and Wednesday, we will have 2 days of hearing on education. On Wednesday, March 2nd, we will hear testimony for most of the day from members of the public concerning the performance of agencies responsible for public education. And on Thursday, we will hear from government representatives of DC Public School System, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, the Deputy Mayor for Education, the Public Charter School Board, the State Board of Education. Friday, we'll wrap up our oversight hearings with the University of the District of Columbia and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. So that's our schedule. Today, we will be hearing testimony in this order: the District of Columbia Auditor, followed by the Office of Budget and Planning, followed by the Statehood Commission, the New Columbia Statehood Commission, followed by the District of Columbia Retirement Board, and then concluding with the OPEB administration. Why don't we let the auditor, Kathy Patterson, in to testify. I never quite visualized what's going on with Zoom, as in letting people into the room, but let's do that. I want to say Councilmember Patterson, but I think I should say Auditor Patterson. And you are muted, so you can say all kinds of nasty things and I won't know what they are.
I would never do that. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kathy Patterson. I'm privileged to be serving in my 8th year as a District of Columbia Auditor. And I appreciate the opportunity to appear here to discuss the performance of the Office of the DC Auditor during FY21 and the initial months of FY22. And I'll cover these areas: the committee's policy recommendations made last year, ODCA's continuing performance during the pandemic, improvements in office productivity, and a few other areas that I think we're making significant progress in improving our performance. In its budget report last year, the committee asked that ODCA work with the Department of General Services to identify new office space that meets current and future needs, with an emphasis on outfitting the space to promote public health and safety. DGS finalized the lease last year, and we've continued working with them and their contract partners on layout, design, and other build-out issues. Our new location, 1331 Pennsylvania Avenue, affords even greater proximity to the John A. Wilson Building, which had been a priority for us as well as for the committee. We initially agreed on a footprint of 9,900 square feet compared with 10,800 square feet in our current location. We then added a portion of another floor to the lease to accommodate a deputy auditor for public safety, assuming a deputy plus 8 professional staff. This grew the total space to 13,900 square feet. One significant change we made from our earliest plans was to rebalance the proportion of individual offices and workstations with shared airspace. We all know a great deal more than we knew in March 2020 about airborne viruses, since COVID-19 is transmitted via airborne particles and droplets. Based on conversations among staff and 2 surveys, we made the decision to have a majority of work areas in the form of small individual offices rather than workstations, though we will continue to have both in our new space. In addition, we instructed DGS to ensure that our new space meets the latest standards for a healthy work environment, including upgraded air filtration services to mitigate and reduce potential exposure to airborne pathogens, and the use of CDC-approved cleaning products by building staff. ODCA has also ordered individual air filtration units for staff at our current and new locations to further enhance employees' health, safety, and peace of mind. The committee also asked that we monitor our use of the Audit Engagement Fund to be certain funds are used for the intended purposes. I greatly appreciate the council's action permitting ODCA to carry over funds to give us additional flexibility in engaging with outside audit firms and others for contract audits, lessening the worry that a project not completed might be at risk of cancellation. At the end of FY20, ODCA had a local fund surplus of just over $500,000, and that was carried over as part of what was then the new non-lapsing fund. Of that carryover, we spent $351,000 in FY21, and the remaining $149,000 became part of a new carryover. At the end of FY21, we then carried over $629,000, which meant that in this fiscal year, we retained that $629,000 in the fund. We're continuing to contract for important and I believe useful audits by firms with expertise in specific areas, which means the fund is being used for the intended purpose. Finally, the committee recommended that the council examine funding a direct deputy auditor for public safety position as recommended by the Police Reform Commission. The council provided an additional $1.2 million for this purpose in our FY22 budget. And your legislation, Mr. Chairman, to authorize this position is pending in the Council Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety with a sequential referral to COW. The substantial authority that we have in the Home Rule Act means that we could go ahead and hire a deputy auditor for public safety today using one of our open full-time positions. But we have chosen not to do so because this is a significant council initiative and merits the full direction by the legislature that authorizing legislation and committee reports would provide. That said, I'd like to share the other steps that we have taken. As mentioned, we added space for a prospective new ODCA unit in planning the new lease. I've reached out to national law enforcement organizations for descriptions of police department oversight bodies. We've obtained position descriptions from a series of well-regarded oversight offices. And I received recommendations for search firms with specialization in law enforcement leadership positions. And it's my intention, assuming the legislation is enacted, to contract with a search firm and to have at least an informal review panel to assist in hiring a deputy auditor for public safety. And I'm including as an attachment to my written testimony, supplemental testimony I provided on the legislation to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. So that can be part of this hearing record as well. There are many issues to be addressed once this initiative moves forward, and it would be my plan to rely on a new deputy auditor for public safety as a partner in setting up a new operating unit. Because we're close to halfway through the fiscal year without the legislation being enacted, there's a good possibility we will not make full use of that funding for its intended purpose, and it would carry over in the Audit Engagement Fund. One idea we are exploring, and I would be happy to discuss further, would be to make one-time use of a portion of the funds for additional contract audits that would be useful to policymakers as you consider how to reduce violence, reimagine policing, and improve the administration of justice. Turning to our performance during COVID, last year I described our robust performance of ODCA staff from March 2020 on, completing and publishing strong audits, working remotely and without missing a beat. I'm proud to say that continued through 2021 and into 2022. We've given a great deal of focus to COVID-19 policy and transparency in an effort to support the council and the executive as we thread our way through a pandemic. We're also building on our previous work. Our January 2021 report by a consulting firm, Talus Analytics, on demographics and mobility across DC during COVID-19 is helping inform a new project reviewing the work of the Department of Health, Office of Health Equity. Another audit team is taking a close look at the District of Columbia's nursing homes during COVID in terms of the experiences of both residents and staff, making use of a previous audit as well. We haven't yet put a focus on auditing the spending of COVID-19 federal funds, but at this point in the pandemic, that's changing. We're contracting with a New York-based CPA firm with experience with COVID-related audits to look at the district's expenditures in the first major tranche of federal funds, the $495 million we received in coronavirus relief funds in the CARES Act. Those were to have been spent or fully obligated by December 31. So it's now appropriate for a look back at how effectively those funds were used. And we are looking at additional topics that could be especially useful when considering how the district can improve its operation during any kind of crisis. In terms of our productivity, I often say we work at two speeds, slow and slower. There is truth in that audit work done well is very carefully and thoroughly researched and verified. So one of our key performance indicators has been the proportion of audits we complete within 10 months. I'm happy to report that we've proved the truth of the saying that what gets measured gets done. And through the persistent review of our policies and procedures and regular staff meetings, we've improved this metric. In our earlier performance reporting, we found that we completed just 53% of our audits in 10 months in FY17. In FY18, it was 54%, and in FY19, 59%. In FY21, we raised that proportion to 71% of our audits having been completed within 10 months. Much of this improvement is attributable to my deputy, Julie Leibovitz, who oversees our three audit teams. She worked with our late colleague, Stacy Patel, on revising ODCA's policies and procedures to align with the newly issued Government Accountability Office Yellow Book, and to also build in efficiencies and productivity targets that we've monitored on a weekly basis. In FY21, several of the audits that took longer than 10 months did have multiple agencies engaged, including our reports on settlements and judgments, lead paid in public housing, and the lottery's contracts with certified business enterprises. Other projects that took a bit longer had either an audit supervisor or a lead staff member who was new to ODCA. Some of our efficiencies were based on creation of a report template, a draft report checklist, and a final report checklist, which lessened the time needed in the final phase of report production. We now have experienced supervisors in place, and as their supervisor, the deputy auditor will be drilling down more into each phase of the audit process to continue to identify additional potential efficiencies. And we're likely to keep a version of that 10-month goal in our new KPIs. After several years of planning, we made the transition to a new audit software known as eCase. We had our go live date in 2021, and current projects will be completed with the old software while new ones are all being managed within eCase. Our goal has been a smooth transition, and I'm happy to report that so far that transition has been invisible to those who receive and use our reports. As I noted in the pre-hearing responses, we're continuing to reassess our KPIs because they were not fully reflecting our work. One that we've begun to adapt is recommendation compliance. The heart of our work is the policy and practice change we hope will happen based on audit findings and recommendations. The recommendation compliance report we issued a few weeks ago showed that some 71% of our report recommendations are either in progress or implemented. New this year is a companion, sortable, and searchable Excel workbook of recommendations, including the agency responsible for implementation and the status of each recommendation, and that's available for download on our website. We hope this is useful to the council in its oversight of agencies and for future planning. ODCA reports have made a wide range of recommendations to the council, from what are modest amendments to current program law to major change. While some of these recommendations represent substantive amendments to strengthen existing laws, others will clarify intent and correct ambiguities. As our recommendation and compliance report notes, there are some instances where a change in the DC code followed our audits, and there are also several instances where council committees with jurisdiction are considering legislation. Where their legislation is being considered includes Bill 24-459 to increase the transparency of the affordable housing request for proposal selection process pending in the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration, and two pieces of legislation, 24-420 and 24-267, to make the Construction Code Appendix Z net zero compulsory and to codify the district's emission goals. And these are currently before the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. A new initiative we instituted this year was outreach sessions conducted by ODCA staff with individuals working in almost every council office, which helped shape our work plan and allowed for discussion of current topics being reviewed by council members and also by my office. The second initiative concerning the council was offering training to staff of new council members. As a result of this outreach, I had an opportunity to meet virtually with each of the three new council members a year ago, including members of their staff in two instances. And this was a chance not just to explain the work of ODCA, but also to discuss the priorities of each office and ways our previous work might be valuable. State auditor shops are not necessarily known for interacting with the public, but something noticeable over the last several years has been an increase in requests for audits coming directly to ODCA from the community. As a result, we've undertaken several major projects that are in direct response to public requests. Our report, The District 911 System Reforms Needed to Meet Safety Needs, noted progress under that agency's new leadership, but a long way to go to address community concerns that had built up in recent years. We had heard from a series of advisory neighborhood commissions, as well as media reports on the need for a thorough review of our emergency response system. A second major community-inspired project is underway now on the Vision Zero program, designed to reduce highway deaths. We received that request in 2018 in the form of a petition with hundreds of signatures, and again, several ANCs continue to make a plea to ODCA to undertake a major review. We expect to release that report later this year. In terms of other external requests, we also were contacted directly by the Police Reform Commission and added a couple of police-involved fatalities that occurred in 2020 to work that we already had underway. We published 2 reports on case studies of MPD handling of use of force incidents, and will publish a third on the officer-involved fatality of Caron Hilton Brown once that criminal case is resolved and MPD has conducted their internal review. While most of our work is generated based on our understanding of council priorities and statutory mandates, it's good to know that the District of Columbia community also values ODCA's work to the point where they've directly sought our review of priority issues. That concludes my statement, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to respond to questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. If your agency presented more problems or difficulties, then I would have a lot of questions for you, but you need to be more controversial. Not serious. Let me see. According to your answer to question 14 that we had submitted, you had substantial salary lapse in both fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. For fiscal year 21, I believe it was over $480,000. I have 2 questions. One is why so much lapse? And the other is, given that this has happened over several years, should we be revising the anticipated salary lapse for your agency?
I think the main reason for the salary lapse that had occurred over the last couple of years was my own hesitation in hiring virtually. When we had sort of regular turnover that we do see in the agency, we tend to lose people to the federal government. We lost a couple of people to the Department of Defense Inspector General's office, for example. the federal government has a very robust accountability community, and their pay is generally significantly higher than ours. So we do tend to have turnover, and that tends to be the direction that it takes. But I was hesitant to interview people virtually. We sort of ended that hesitation as the pandemic entered its second year and did do some hiring. So we do have a number of staff who are new to us over the last 2 years. So that's the biggest factor. I know I would, what I have done with significant salary lapse in the past on a couple of earlier occasions has been to reprogram into non-personal services and do additional contract audits. So what I've been trying to do is to manage the funds in a way that is practical and useful without having a big carryover. To be quite candid, I am concerned about a carryover this year because of the additional funding we received. And that's why the suggestion of considering potentially additional one-time contract audits in the public safety arena.
But if I remember correctly, what you have left over is then goes into this fund.
Yes.
So yes, if we don't get around to the public safety auditor, then you'll have roughly $1.2 million. And if we did nothing, that 1.2 million would go into that fund.
Right. But because we're 5 months through the fiscal year, we know we're not going to use 1.2 million for the intended purpose, which is the reason I'm thinking of doing some additional contract work now.
But so are you saying that you don't think we need to revise the anticipated salary lapse?
When you say revise salary lapse, you mean reduce our budget?
Yeah, going forward. So I don't remember what, oftentimes an agency has like 2% salary lapse. So if you add up your, you know what I'm talking about, but just so that the public understands, if you add up your Schedule A, you will spend X amount of dollars, but because of turnover and not all that money gets spent, and usually roughly it's something like 2%. So then 2% is deducted from PS. But since there's been more, then we would actually deduct a higher amount. And implicit is in your answer is no, you think that you're going to getting back to full hiring.
That's correct. But I would also mention that this is something I experienced in my first year in this position, that unbeknownst to me, and I think a supplemental budget, the council swept up what the council considered salary lapse. And I had already had designs on that money and was planning to reprogram it into NPS in order to put it toward contract audits. So from the standpoint of my own ability to manage a budget, I would like not to lose salary lapse money. I would like to spend it myself, quite candidly. But that said, this fiscal year, because of the 1.2 million for the public safety, deputy audit for public safety, as you look at a supplemental FY21, that's a source of funds you might want to think about if the council in his appropriations authority wants to revise the use of some of that funding. I mean, it seems to me that's certainly well within your purview, but I would simply appreciate the conversation before you took that action, because I wouldn't want you to be spending it for me to be spending it at the same time.
Correct. My thought is very similar, that we should have a conversation. So there's some flexibility available to us, and at the same time, you have some flexibility. So I think, yes, I agree with you. We should have a conversation on that.
Thank you.
I met with Councilmember Allen to discuss the police accountability bill. And as I am talking to you right now, I can't remember where we resolve things, except that we will be moving forward. He will be moving forward that legislation, which was sequentially referred, so it'll then come to me. I just can't remember whether it's before or after the budget. But clearly it's not going to be full year. And I think I would like to also have a conversation with you about sort of fleshing out what the deputy auditor for public safety would look like. You indicated that you're planning on 8 FTEs?
When we had this conversation for budget purposes a year ago, I gave you a rundown following maybe the budget hearing. I gave you a rundown of what I thought that office could look like, and it came to I believe the deputy auditor plus 8 professionals, and they were spread among investigators, analysts, and auditors. And that was from looking at the makeup of other offices like the Inspector General and the New York Police Department and similar offices. And that was my recommendation. And so when you moved a budget addition, it was based on the information that we had provided of FTEs and salary estimates for a portion of a fiscal year. So the 1.2 even wasn't the full amount. It was closer to 2 million for the full amount for that staff complement that I had recommended. But again, those are things that are debatable. Obviously, the council is the appropriation authority, and we would create a unit that matches what we have the resources for.
Yeah.
And that one of the reasons I added testimony, I attached some additional testimony to my written testimony for this hearing, which was some additional information shared with Mr. Allen after the hearing on the bill. Because based on the discussion that ensued at that hearing, I had some additional information to provide. So I hope that's useful to the committee of the whole when you take the bill up as well.
Correct. Yes, you're reminding me that I had a very good conversation with Councilmember Allen. I just at the moment can't remember. He put forward some good questions about what the ultimate goal was with both the deputy auditor as well as changes to the
Office of Police Complaints.
Yes, which would be renamed. So this clearly warrants more of a discussion.
And I think one of the things that I put in that additional testimony was a request to please, whatever you do, please make it very clear where the lines of authority are between those two offices, because you don't want duplication, but you also don't want anything falling through the cracks. So to pay particular attention to how you define what the Deputy Auditor for Public Safety does vis-a-vis the renamed Office of Police Accountability, I believe was the new name.
Yeah. Let me see, I had a question here about space. When do you move?
I believe it's scheduled for June or July. We had to extend our current lease because of the delay.
The delay, what's the delay?
The delay in DGS signing the lease. Initially, we had hoped to move during 2021, and they basically said that the pandemic slowed them down.
At this point, though, everything is...
It's in motion, yeah. Or even looking at things like floor tiles and finishes.
You said tiles and what?
Finishes for the
finishes.
built-in desks and things.
Mm-hmm. Did the 1-year extension at your current location create a budgetary pressure for you?
I believe it was a slight increase over what we had paid the previous year, but it wasn't we were worried that we would essentially be held hostage by the landlord, but that didn't occur. It was a slight increase. I can get you that for the record.
If you want. I have a question here that I think I can answer, but I'll ask it anyway. You mentioned in your pre-hearing responses that your office anticipates several COVID-related audits moving forward. You note that the Inspector General had its budget increased for this purpose. Do you coordinate with OIG on this or other work to avoid duplication of efforts or to coordinate efforts?
We do. We, for example, actually had a meeting with an OIG analyst just a couple of weeks ago on a project that we were kicking off to make sure that we weren't in any way going to duplicate what she was working on. So yes, we try to do that. They put out a work plan, we put out a work plan, and we share our work plan. So we essentially have some sense of what they're working on. I don't know what they're working on COVID. We haven't had that conversation. This was a prior conversation on a different topic.
You don't know because you haven't
asked that specific question.
But because you haven't gotten very far with your own thoughts on this.
I guess both, right?
I mean,
the one audit that we are in negotiations on would be what I mentioned, looking at the coronavirus relief fund expenditures.
Yeah. So I had a note here, I kind of touched on it already. So the deputy auditor legislation will move. I just don't know whether it's going to move before the budget or after the budget. I think it's after the budget. And so I think that your decision to see the full picture of what the council wants and to wait to hire until then, I think that makes a lot of sense. So you also mentioned in your statement about revising your KPIs.
Right. That's something that I also said a year ago, and it's something that was on the assignment list for my chief of staff, but then my chief of staff left. And so it's now on the assignment list of a new chief of staff. So we haven't proceeded as anywhere near the pace I had hoped to.
Well, you did say your pace is slow and slower.
Right. So we're in the slower phase, I think.
So what do I have to look forward there? What do I have to look forward to there? And with regard to your changing your KPIs?
I hope we will have not a long list. I think maybe certainly no more than 3 or 4, but we will have something that measures productivity like the 10-month deadline that we have been using. And we have continued to measure that because it's such an important part of what we're trying to do in terms of getting our work done at a somewhat faster clip. So there will be something in that arena, but trying to assess our impact has been a real challenge. And we want to be able to do that in a way that makes sense to us and makes sense to you. And we don't, that's why we're going to be surveying other audit shops around the country to see what kinds of metrics they use.
Well, I don't know that your KPIs 1 and 2 are so bad, but I don't know to give the full picture. So number 1 is a number of times the council has acted based on your reports. So that's outside your control, but
right.
It speaks to the worthiness of your work, although it isn't the full picture. Because what if we're completely incompetent and we should be, and you have the most brilliant recommendations, we don't do any of them? Is that a bad reflection on you? No. So I don't know that I would jettison that, but I don't have an answer for what's a better KPI, but I get it that there could be other measures. I guess what I'm saying is I think in addition. I don't know. Is it a problem for you to have 5 or 6 KPIs instead of 3?
No. It's just as long as we can as long as there are things that make sense. For example, when we went through a process of developing the ones that you're looking at, like 6-7 years ago, one of the things suggested was number of times we were in the media. Now that is something that we can measure, but I'm not sure that's a real legitimate indication of performance. It indicates we're able to call press, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so there's some things that we have considered that we have not made part of our performance reporting. So we just need to keep working on that.
Why 10 months? Why not 9 months?
Well, we might change it to 9 months now that we're doing a better job with 10 months. We did develop that based on looking what time it was taking, and I don't remember what the results were when that was initially developed, but it was based on what length of time audits were taking and a reasonable professional guess at what we could be doing better, how much shorter we would be that time. So it was partly scientific, but partly not.
Let me toss out that what's going through my mind is years and years ago, you may remember, this was maybe your predecessor's predecessor. I was involved in oversight dispute with the then state superintendent of education. I mean, we're talking about, this is before the reorganization. And I thought that there was a lot not being done well. And so I turned to the auditor's office to substantiate what was going on. And the value of that audit would have been within 3-4 months. Getting it, I think it actually was longer than 10 months, was like just useless in terms of oversight. And in fact, I think the state superintendent resigned by the time the auditor came out with the report. So, but I also get it that to be thorough and to adhere to standards that you have, that it's not something you can turn around super quickly.
We have talked about having sort of a quicker turnaround product of something that we could do, and that's still part of our conversation internally, of having some kind of rapid response capability. But again, in audit world, audit rapid response would probably be under 6 months or something like that. And we're also, which I believe is in the Q&A, we're also looking at building our data analytics capacity. And it may be that once we have a better capacity in that realm, we can turn things out like a 2 or 3 page look at a single issue of information that might be useful to the council, that kind of thing. So we're still talking about what additional kinds of products we could do. I'm mindful that when I took this job, one of your mandates to me through the committee, the whole process was to look at the different kinds of work that the Government Accountability Office was doing and to consider whether we're able to do other different kinds of things, not just straightforward audits.
Mm-hmm.
Something we continue to look at.
In your statement, you talked about an increase in audit and requests for audits coming directly from the community. I've never been clear how we manage your workload. And the way I phrase that suggests that maybe the council could dictate to you your workload. I don't think we should, but you don't have any constraint. Every council member could send you 5 requests, and I don't think you'd be able to do that.
Right.
So how do you manage your workload, especially if you are undertaking some audits at the request of the community?
It's really a matter of judgment of what has the highest priority, what might be time sensitive. But in the case of the Vision Zero project, again, I mentioned that's one that we first heard from the community in 2018. So it's been a while. And part of my answer to them was, we have a very robust work plan. This is a very good subject you are suggesting to us. And so it went on a list, but didn't make it to the top to be assigned to a team for a couple of years. And that, had the Vision Zero project been in place for longer in 2018, it would have moved up the list faster. But because it was just initiated in 2016 or 2015, we wanted there to be a number of years that we could look at it. What some of the things weren't funded for a couple of years. So that's part of the judgment. If you're going to look at a program, you want it to have been on the ground and in operation for long enough to have it be a sensible period of time to analyze. So that's another part of the factor that goes into when a community is asking for something. And then, not duplicating is another important issue. There's been a lot of concern about the unemployment insurance program throughout the pandemic, but that is one where the council requested of the IG that they do a comprehensive look at that system. And so they are doing that. So that's something we wouldn't do, even though it has been a great concern for the community. So it's really a matter of balancing and trying to figure out what is a good subject, what's something we can do, and then trying to find the time and the opportunity to do it. On the 911 audit, that seemed a high priority time-wise, but also one that we could benefit from subject matter expertise.
Well, implicit in your answer is that you think it's manageable.
Yes.
You get however many requests from members, however many requests from the community, the statutory requirements, you think that's manageable.
Yes. I mean, well, it has to be manageable because we're, it's a finite set of resources.
Speaking of which, in the past, you have suggested or pointed out some statutorily required audits that maybe we didn't need to statutorily require. We made some changes. The fact that you didn't bring it up this year makes me think it's not an issue right now. Do you have a list that you think we should reconsider?
We do actually have a list that I'm happy to submit to the committee.
Okay, well then do.
But you're absolutely right. It is a much shorter list than it was when I first took this job.
Is the existence of a list a result of discovering other requirements that you hadn't previously known?
No, it's really a matter of whether circumstances have changed or something that's been done enough times, it doesn't need to be done routinely or regularly. For example, one that would be on our list is in the public safety realm, and that is doing an audit of the police department's approval of surveillance, a First Amendment issue surveillance. And that's something that was actually in legislation that I authored at the council in 2004. And the point of it is to make sure that the police department is not unfairly targeting political organizations and not unfairly sending undercover officers to meetings and things like that. But the world has changed since we put that audit requirement in the law, and the police department doesn't basically do that kind of surveillance. They simply look at social media. And I'm not sure that, the fact that they look at social media is something that we need to audit. The last couple of ones that we have done have not been particularly lengthy because there wasn't very much to report on. So that might be one that we would suggest not doing an annual report.
Okay, so I'm going to put on you to get us.
Thank you.
List, and it may be a short list.
Thank you.
I feel like I had one other question. Oh, yeah, this was just kind of more general. In the past, you and I have talked about some audits you could do with the DCRA, and you did some. I just wanted to explore with you at this point whether you think there's something there. I think part of the reason why this is top of mind is I had a 10-hour oversight hearing yesterday, 60% of which was DCRA. And I think that the director is trying to make changes, but I think that agency is just hidebound with regard to getting or being motivated by a sense of mission. They send inspectors out when there's a complaint about no heat. They cite the landlord. The landlord tells them it's fixed. They don't come out to check again. The tenants complain that there's no heat. This cycle just goes through. They, just repeats itself. And instead of the inspectors feeling a sense of mission that we need to get heat and make sure it's working. The same thing with vacant property. You did this audit in 2017. I think half of those properties are still vacant. And if you were to check the OTR records, I would venture that the majority of the ones that are still vacant aren't being taxed as vacant. Now, how many times can you do a report? Or what's the point of doing a report to just say what we already know? Do you have any thoughts on how your office could be helpful here?
One thing that might be worth doing, I mentioned in my testimony, we've revamped the way we've done recommendation compliance, and we're trying to strengthen that work. One of the things that we could do is take all of our previous work related to DCRA, take a look at the findings and the recommendations and update them. And by that, I mean, in some of the recommendation compliance reports we issued like 3 or 4 years ago, it may have been the case that DCRA said they had done whatever it was we were recommending, and we either did a cursory review of documentation or didn't get documentation, but sort of said, okay, fine, you have. It might be worth going back and doing a second look at our findings then. I agree with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do the same report again, but if we can do a mini review of our own findings and recommendations and test whether they have in fact put into place, that's something that we could do, and possibly in less than 10 months' time.
I appreciate that last part. Well, the other, but before you do that, and I like what you just said, but before you do that, we're breaking up the agency. So it might be that if this was, I don't know, say more directed toward how we can get the new Department of Buildings get it stood up on the right feet, so to speak. So maybe looking at what wasn't done in compliance with your recommendations and how the new department can avoid those problems or do better. You can see
that's something we can certainly think about that. Again, audit shops tend not to look forward, they tend to look backward, but that's something that we can certainly give some thought to, how we might look at past work with a view to it informing that change, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And the other thing to look at would be, did breaking the agency into 2 agencies improve everything? But that would be probably 5 years from now, looking back.
Correct.
That would be something worth doing.
Correct. I mean, I see this problem in a few agencies. DTS is another one where there's not a sense of mission. And that's a horrible thing to say, but I think it's true. Randy Speck, who's an ANC commissioner, ANC 34G, he's done a lot of good work with vacant properties, been very helpful to the committee. And he reported to me last year, after a hearing we had on vacant property, that he met an inspector from DCRA at one of the vacant houses, and the inspector refused to go around to the back of the house. Now, I went to that house about a month later to see, and what I saw was that there were broken windows in the back of the house. The front of the house didn't look blighted, but the back of the house did look blighted. And I didn't have any, maybe I was breaking the law, but I didn't have any problem just walking around to the back of the house. But I discovered there was an alley back there. So the inspector could have gone to the alley, but he didn't. And never changed the classification of that house from vacant to blighted. There's a house that's been vacant on Capitol Hill for decades, and it's infamous enough that there's actually a Twitter account in its name. Somebody in the community, in a fit of, to vent their frustration through sarcasm, set up this Twitter account in the name of the house. And the property owner has evaded even the vacant property tax rate for most of the past decade, claiming it's occupied. And I go by that house from time to time, and I think in different ways we could prove that it is vacant. When's the last time they picked up trash? The city picked up trash. You can't live in a house without trash. And there are no super cans at the house. The rear yard is completely walled off. There's not a gate. So there are no super cans outside that fence or in the front yard, the side yard, they're nowhere. And it just speaks to, there's no sense of mission. How do we know this property is vacant? We know that the property owner is defrauding the government and they don't do anything.
You know, I did mention in my testimony that we are working to, mention in the Q&A and in our back and forth that we're building up our data analytic capacity at ODCA. And one possibility would be for us to prepare for you like a data dashboard that would have the metrics in it that you want the numbers for, and maybe create something that can be an ongoing product that the committee could get from DCRA or from the new agency. So that's something that we can discuss. Let me discuss that with my my leadership team and see if that's something we could do that would be helpful.
Okay. Let me see if I have any other questions for you. Hold on a second. I think I'm good for the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you have one deliverable here. Actually, more than one, but you're going to send me a list of required audits that you think we could get rid of. And then I have a list of other issues that we could discuss, the data dashboard, for example.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So that's going to conclude this portion of the oversight hearing, and we're going to move to the next agency. And the next agency, I can find my witness list. The next agency is the Office of Budget and Planning with Eric Kennedy.
And is there anyone who wants me to promote with them?
Is there anybody you want promoted? I don't like that word, in Zoom. Anybody else you want admitted?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Jim Spalding.
Jim Spalding. All right, give me a second. I have to find my papers here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. When you're ready, why don't you begin? And good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Eric Kennedy, Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the Office of Budget and Planning within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I am here today to testify on the FY 2021 performance and FY 2022 plans of OBP. I am honored to appear today and present testimony on the accomplishments of my office and our plans for improving OBP's performance and the services we offer to the district residents and agencies. With me today is James Spalding, Associate Deputy Chief Financial Officer. I will cover the following areas in my remarks: fiscal years 2021 and 2022 operating expenditures, FY 2021 performance, and FY 2022 operational goals. OBP is one of the key programs within the OCFO. In FY 2021, OBP operated within its local funds revised budget of $5.939 million, spending $5.9 million or more than 99.4% of our available local funds. Through the 3rd of February 2022, we have expended and obligated $1.84 million or 27.9% of our FY 2022 approved budget of $6.6 million. We expect to end the year within our current budget. Our major accomplishments for FY 2021 were in 3 areas. During FY 2021, the district made many changes to its budget. And despite the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, OBP successfully processed these changes and tracked and reported on the budget throughout the year. We also worked with the mayor and council to produce 3 supplemental budgets in FY 2021. The district ended FY 2021 with a balanced budget. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and precipitous drop in revenues, the timeline for the mayor's FY 2022 budget submission was delayed from March to May. OBP worked closely with the mayor and her budget staff to develop the FY 2022 budget, which was submitted to council on May 27, 2021. Between June and September, we worked closely with the council staff to review the budget, and the council passed the district's budget, which was transmitted to Congress on September the 17th. I will now discuss our key budget execution tools. Financial review process. District agencies prepare and submit monthly financial review process reports, or FRPs, to OBP for review and analysis. We use the FRP to analyze agencies' projected year-end expenditures and revenue collections and compare them to agency budgets. If agencies report spending pressures, we work with the mayor's budget office as they propose changes to resolve the pressures. Reprogrammings. In FY 2021, we worked closely with the agency fiscal officers and the executive office of the mayor to process a total of 216 operating and capital reprogramming requests, of which 49 were sent to council for approval. Grants management. OBP is the district's central unit responsible for reviewing and approving all requests from agencies to establish and/or modify grant budget authority. In FY 2021, OBP processed 1,420 grant budget modifications, of which 401 required passive approval by the council. Reports. During FY 2021, OBP produced monthly financial status reports on operating budget spending and quarterly reports on capital budget spending, in addition to a variety of reports on such topics as reprogrammings, the emergency and contingency reserve funds, capital project reconciliations and transfers, and capital funded FTEs. In FY 2021, we produced 58 reports and published 54. The remaining 4 were prepared on behalf of the mayor for transmittal to Congress. As we have discussed in prior testimonies, the OCFO's website also includes CFO Info, a web-based application allowing the public to see, among other data, current operating financial status report data, federal grant budget and expenditure information, as well as capital project data are also available to the public through CFO Info. Budget process improvements. We continue to improve budget process and management. OBP has implemented a paperless review process, the Automated Budget Chapter System, or ABC, for budget chapters. which we're using to prepare the FY 2023 budget books. We've expanded the ABC system to include a financial plan module and automated process of uploading performance plans from the Office of Budget and Performance Management from their Kpis system. ABC has dramatically reduced the time it takes to develop agency budget chapters. On the capital side, we formally closed 40 Federal Highway Trust Fund HTF projects and 1 local transportation project, moving a total budget of more than $18.9 million back to HEF master projects and $36.9 thousand back to local master projects. OBP has expanded the Capital Asset Replacement Schedule System, or CARS, to include asset data from the DC Housing Authority. Over 316,000 district capital assets are now in CARS. In FY 2022, we plan to expand CARS to add physical need assessments, which will itemize repairs needed for each facility. Our goal for FY 2022 is to continue to build on our successes in meeting the OCFO's strategic objective of creating a climate of continuous improvement. OBP key operational goals are as follows. Work with the mayor and the council to develop a balanced budget and financial plan for FY 2023. Work closely with the OCFO's Office of the Chief Information Officer and the team implementing the district's integrated financial system, or DIFS, as they develop the new Oracle-based budget system that will integrate with the core financial system within DIFS. Continue to ensure the timely development, review, and submission of FRPs. Continue to manage and improve the use of JIRA, which is a system to manage and track reprogrammings and O-type and dedicated tax budget modifications. This automated system has improved the former process by reducing the time it takes to process these actions, increasing transparency of the status of these actions, and eliminating or significantly reducing the year-end flurry of large number of these actions. JIRA has also been an effective tool in managing the administration of the district's American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding. OBP collaborated with the central OCFO agency OCFO teams, the Mayor's Office of Budget and Performance Management, and the Council's budget staff to develop unique funding structures to streamline the processing and reporting of authorized ARPA-funded transactions in JIRA. This process has significantly enhanced the transparency in the monitoring and reporting of these actions by funding source, by agency, and by program-specific projects. Before the end of FY 2022, OBP intends to add new budget execution processes, such as the review of interdistrict budget modifications, contingency reserve requests, and capital budget reallocations to JIRA. Continue to manage the spending pressure task force in order to quickly identify emerging spending pressures and work collaboratively with OBPM to develop effective gap closing plans. Continue to improve capital budget management and oversight by ensuring the FY 2023 through FY 2028 capital improvements plan remains within the 12% debt cap, and continue to budget transparency through the CFO Solve application. Currently, OBP staff is working with OBPM to develop the proposed FY 2023 budget and financial plan for transmittal to the council on March 16th. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire OBP team for their hard work and professionalism over the past year. We look forward to working with the council and other policymakers during the consensus process to develop a transparent and balanced budget for FY 2023. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I do have a few questions. What can you do as Director of OBP to ensure that council budget requests, when we have the budget before us and there are requests from different committee chairs, that to ensure that council budget requests are answered in a timely and, here's the key, confidential manner?
So thanks for that question, Mr. Chairman. This has been something that we have worked on since the day that I entered an OBP approximately 15 years ago. One of the things that we have always strived for, and I think we've accomplished it with a great deal of success, but there's still room for improvement, is making sure that everyone involved understands that when it's the council's opportunity to deliberate and make decisions as it relates to the budget, those decisions or proposed decisions or proposals are to be shared with the council and only the council. And so I personally have had an opportunity to talk to all OCFO staff involved and to really reiterate this must do and must comply with edict. Now, if you recall, our predecessor CFO, he made this a priority. I can assure you that our current CFO also sees this as a priority. So I can give you my personal assurances that we are making every effort, and if there are ever any situations where somehow decisions have been compromised, I should be notified directly. I can be considered the primary contact for if things happen that shouldn't happen.
So you have made it clear to the agency fiscal officers they're to share information with the council when the council asks, but not share the request, the existence of that request to the executive.
That's correct. There are times when, in order for us to answer a question, and I don't know how frequently this occurs, but there are times when we will need to talk to the program staff, and we tell your whoever's making the request on behalf of the council that in order for us to give you accurate information, we need to talk to the program staff. One example is vacancies. So we may see a position that is vacant, but we may not know that that position has been recruited for successfully, or at least to the point where they're conducting interviews or an offer is made. And under those circumstances, in order for us to be 100% accurate and to avoid some of the mistakes made in the past where we've said to the council, this position is available for you to either reduce, take some salary lapse savings or something from, to only find out maybe a week or two later that someone was hired. So in a circumstance like that, we tell you up front, if we can, the only way for us to give you our 100% assurances that this position or these funds are available, we do need to reach out to the program staff. But we don't do so until you agree that that's what we need to do. But if we can't, then we can't give you 100% guarantee that these funds will be available.
Sure, I realize that there's some balancing there, but, and you know this, and that's why I'm asking the question, just so that we're all clear on this, that there have been instances where a committee is looking at a particular proposed expenditure from an agency.
Yep.
We can't go forward with the council can't go forward with a budget without your office signing off on what we're doing is balanced. And so the agency fiscal officer is contacted, and then the next thing we know, the executive has done something to try to thwart what's happening, even though the need wasn't there. So in any event, you've told agency fiscal officers and others that our requests are to be confidential, and if there's a problem that you are the person to turn to.
That's correct. I say this jokingly, but I mean it. I'm on the hot seat. If there's a problem, because it's budget related, I'm the person that should be contacted.
Let me ask you about reprogrammings. In our pre-hearing questions, or in your answers, there was a chart to question 11 that indicated two reprogrammings out of Office of Budget and Planning. Was the reduction in the supplemental for PS or NPS funds? And please explain why OBP had $410,000 in savings that could be transferred to agency management. Were there a high number of vacancies? Was this a one-time transfer, or does it reflect a realigning of the OCFO budget?
No, it's a one-time transfer. So like many agencies that have come through the pandemic, we've experienced the impact of the labor shortage, being able to get people. So we've had a number of people retire. As much as people joke about the average tenure of the employee in OBP, it's true. It's a great place to work. People stay, but we're at a place now where many of our folks are starting to retire. We've had, I think, 3 or 4 retirements in the last 6 months. And so that contributed dramatically, that was a major contributing factor to the funding that we had to reprogram. And then, of course, while we were going through the pandemic, we were trying to figure out ways to re-engineer our operations. For example, there are some MPS costs that maybe went down because we weren't in the office as long. But since that time, we have re-engineered how we do business. We are almost fully automated, and we have figured out a way to do exactly what we did when we were in the office with the same level of efficiency. So I don't see that going forward. I don't see that as an issue going forward.
The OCFO continues its journey to create a new district-wide financial system. According to your answers for question 17, the new district integrated financial system, DIFS, is anticipated to be complete in fiscal year 2023. Part of this will include the budget formulation application replacement product. Can we expect that the FY23 budget formulation will be the last year with the BFA?
No, sir. So I apologize if my answer gave the impression that the entire system comes online on October 1st of 2023, or the system on October 1st of FY 2022, we began integrating the actual accounting system. And there will be parts of the BFA, the budget formulation application, that will be modified to accommodate this new accounting system. But the actual budget itself, we will not start developing the budget module until I believe it's FY 2025. Is that right, Jim? Okay, yeah, FY 2025.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, but we're in a planning stage right now. So it's a staggered rollout. It's not a big bang. We start with the accounting system and then the budget system.
Thank you. 2 years ago, when I was ready to present the consensus budget to council members before first reading, I'm going to pause here. I'm reading a question. I don't know why it says consensus. And I think in your testimony, you said consensus. It always feels like sort of a lumpy process, but we'll pretend. So 2 years ago, when I was ready to present the consensus budget to council members before first reading, there were several runs of the financial plan that were giving differing numbers. Several runs were required to confirm that the council's numbers were balanced. Will these new systems help with speeding formulation of the financial plan during our consideration? So
we have the same systems we had then. The difference is the way that we go about testing the systems. Now, we've done some upgrades, but for example, we have oftentimes, as you know, I don't have to tell you this, you know this better than anyone. The budget formulation process, while I think it's a perfectly orchestrated dance, but to a person looking from the outside, it looks chaotic. It's fast and it's sometimes unforgiving. So one of the things that we've done now is we put a lot of effort in testing. So we've spent the last, I would say, 3 to 4 weeks testing our financial system, our financial plan system. And to my wonderful surprise, we found problems, we went in and we fixed those problems. So sometimes when we we've made the assumption in the past that if the financial system worked during the mayor's part of the process, it's going to work for the council's part of the process. And unfortunately, in the past, we didn't learn until the night we were running the plan that it didn't work. So the thing we're doing differently is testing. So I don't anticipate those kinds of problems happening, or at least by the time your budget office starts to meet with us. After we deliver the budget, or the mayor delivers her budget to you on the 16th of March, we will start testing again, unlike in the past. So I think that change is going to make a big difference.
So when we send over to you what we think, and the we is the budget office, prior to the committee of the whole markup, when we send over to you what we think will be the budget, how long will it take you to run the financial plan?
I think that depends on a lot of factors. It depends on where we are with respect to revenue proposals. It depends on where we are with FIS. It depends on a lot of things. But I would say to you, if I'm hesitant to give you a time frame, I would only tell you that it won't be such a long period of time that it delays whatever it is that you need to have accomplished. It's not going to delay that. That much I can try to assure you of, unless there are some other kinds of issues, but it really depends. There are so many moving parts, as you well know. And then there's sometimes when we start making changes, we realize, because it's really a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 step process. First, we've got to validate the expenditures. Before they even go into the financial plan system, we've got to validate the expenditures. That takes time. If we get that right, then that usually addresses our other kind of issues. If we've tested the financial plan module, then we mostly don't have to worry about any kind of technical issues. But then there is the issue of revenue and revenue proposals and fund balance and all the things that make all the pieces that go in the financial plan suit. So it really depends on how well all those things are coordinated and all those things get to us. I wish it was an easy, quick answer, but it just isn't. But I will give you my assurances that I work closely with your budget director, as I've always had.
Yes.
And if she feels any discomfort, she will reach out to me and we will address it. We've enjoyed an incredible relationship with your budget office. And sometimes, I wish we could have done things a little differently, but sometimes we're at the mercy of technology. And like I said, the way that we've combated that, or we're going to combat that this year, is we're testing more. And that's a big plus.
If I can add to that.
Yes.
If I can add to that, we say the financial plan is the multi-year financial plan for the operating budget, but every change to that requires us to look again at the 12% debt cap calculation, the requirement for a certain amount of pay-go in the out years, changes to the capital budget that affect the 12% calculation. So it's really several different plans that have to be integrated for us to say that the budget is balanced and meets the statutory requirements.
So another way of saying that is if you make one change, obviously, Mr. Chairman, you are very aware of this, it ripples through the entire plan. And to the extent something isn't exactly where you thought it should be, it sometimes takes time to figure out where that delta comes from.
So what I'm hearing is that I'm hearing commitment, which I appreciate. And actually, I've heard that in the past. So, because we've had a good working relationship, but I'm not getting a specific time, and I think that's understandable, but it still doesn't answer the question. So if we send over to you where we think the budget is on Saturday morning, we'll get it back, meaning the financial plan, that it's balanced, we'll get it back on Saturday?
Again, the first step is to put the expenditures in our system, and that takes time. So to the extent that we can validate the expenditures, get them into the budget system, because it's a very, actually, let me just answer the question. To the extent that we can do all the things that need to do so that we can do our due diligence, so that we're not telling you at 7 o'clock Saturday evening that the plan is balanced, and then 9 o'clock we're telling you, oops, it's not balanced. To the extent we can do our due diligence, the answer is yes. If we cannot get our due diligence done, the answer is we'll do our best, but I can't guarantee. Believe me, as I know you and your budget director, you want us to measure twice and cut once. And that's one of the things that we like to focus on, measuring twice and cut once, because there's nothing worse than your budget director, at least in my mind, coming to you telling you, OCFO said you have a balanced budget, and then an hour later we say it's not balanced because we rushed and we missed something.
Yeah, well, but I've had that conversation with her every year. But so if she gives you the numbers and you run it, let's say on Saturday, and then a council member comes to me on Sunday night and says, I want to change this one expenditure.
Yep.
And I say, yeah. So you've already run everything, and our budget director says to you, we've got one change, maybe two. I got to make this a little bit more than just one. I've got a half dozen changes, but you've already run the plan. She tells you what the half dozen changes are. How long does that take?
Once I run the plan and I'm comfortable and my staff is comfortable with the plan we gave you, that takes as long as it takes to verify those expenditures. If you're talking about, I'm going to give a more realistic number. I'm going to say 30 agencies. If you have 30 agencies, right, and we're going to take the most complex changes, which are PS changes. If you have 30 agencies with PS changes, that would take us a matter of hours, not days. That would take us a matter of 2 to 4 hours. Because again, we still got to go back and validate the plan again, because as Mr. Spalding pointed out, once you make one change, it ripples through the plan. So our validation of the plan is a process that takes anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, just because the stakes are so high and we want to be as certain as possible. But that's a change that we could turn around in hours. Mm-hmm.
And let me move on. Your pre-hearing questions or answers indicate that the capital asset system is adding additional data to the system, which should be completed by July. What additional functionality has CARS gotten in the last year?
I'm not aware of any additional functionality that we've included DCHA as an additional group of additional assets, but I'm not aware of any additional functionality.
Well, I do recall something you said in your testimony.
About the facilities piece?
Adding a facility physical need assessment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I misunderstood the question. Yeah. So we have, or we're working towards adding this new component, which is the, I believe it should be ready, or it's rolling out in July. I'll have to double check that.
What is a facility fiscal need assessment?
So I'm gonna ask Mr. Spalding to address that question.
Sure, that will be a, for a given building, let's say, what systems might need replacing this year, systems might need replacing 5 or more years. It's sort of a long-term plan to be able to schedule upgrades, new systems, so that those could be worked into a capital improvements plan. So if this building needs a new roof next year, but the building next door doesn't need a new roof for 10 years, we have that information as part of the database and a detailed guide to sort of planning for facility upgrades going forward. And the goal would be to be able to work that into the capital improvements plan as mayor and council choose.
So it's adding detailed facility assessment data, very detailed data around the assessment of that facility.
So that's,
The repair or state of repair of that facility.
so that's not in cars now.
It is to some extent, but the actual assessment, I don't think, we can check on details for you. I don't think the actual assessment itself is part of the database. So I think
Right,
there's
there's
some.
no detailed assessment in cars currently.
Yeah. So what I described as kind of long-term purpose of the CARS system as a whole is to allow you to plan for when facilities need upgrades or replacements, when certain components need upgrades or replacements. This will add that facility assessment document in so that you can pull it down and review it as part of your assessment.
And I think the important point here is that it's giving you detailed information versus some summary high-level information. This gives you more specific details about the state of repair of that facility.
According to your organizational chart, you have a number of vacancies, including cost analyst, operating budget manager, and financial planning manager. Have these vacancies caused any negative issues, and when do you plan to fill them?
So they have not caused negative issues. Obviously, it has caused us for my staff to work many more hours than they're accustomed to, and we already work a lot of hours. We're in the process of filling those positions, and I think it's going well, to be honest with you. Some of those positions, since we submitted our testimony, we've started interviewing for some of those positions. And a number of those positions are the result of folks retiring. There are a few instances where we added a position that we lost many years ago that's critical to the operations of our organization. And when I say we lost, we actually, at the time, you'll remember when we had the revenue issues and all organizations were contributing to find savings and doing, as the slogan was back then, doing more with less. And after doing an assessment, we determined that we have to have these positions in order for us to be more efficient and meet the needs of both the mayor and the council. So I think a good job is being done by our HR department. They are beating the bushes. They're finding us qualified candidates. We've started interviewing, and I think within the next few months, I hope to say that we're fully staffed. I certainly hope to say we're fully staffed by the time we start working with the council, or at least sometime in May.
I was going to say, because we're a handful. With budget autonomy, since we have budget autonomy, how is the process different in terms of executing the budget?
Except for the way I suspect the way we don't now necessarily wait, we implement the budget, at least the local portion of the budget is implemented without the need for Congress to step in. I'm not sure that I can point to anything else.
So just the fact that there isn't the uncertainty about when the budget's effective.
No, I think that was addressed last year, and I think we don't have those issues anymore.
Does the Board of Anti-Deficiency Review come under you?
No, it does not. It does not come under OBP.
Who does it come under?
Comes under, when you say under, we have our chief of staff who sits on the board.
The OCFO, chief of staff, yep.
For OCFO.
Okay, so if I asked you about why it doesn't seem to ever meet, you wouldn't be able to answer that.
No, sir.
Yeah, we have an appointment on it, and I think as soon as I made the appointment, the board stopped meeting. Maybe that's unfair, but it certainly was. I'll leave it there. Let me just check if I have any other questions.
Okay.
Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Spalding, thank you very much. We will see you in about a month when we are looking at the mayor's proposed budget. I think we have you scheduled for March 29th. So thank you very much. We're going to turn to the next agency, which is the Statehood Commission. And Mr. Cash will let the folks into the room. I'm going to pause for just a minute and then I will take the testimony. So give me a moment. My apologies for that slight delay. Council member came by. So let's proceed. We are at this point on the agenda, hearing testimony regarding the Statehood Commission, the New Columbia Statehood Commission. And I see that we have Senator Michael Brown and Senator Paul Strauss. So I don't know which of you to recognize first. I was hoping one of you would volunteer. Who goes first? My apologies.
I think if it's all right with you, Senator, I'll present the agency testimony, and then you're certainly welcome to add any comments you'd like.
Works for me.
All right, please proceed, Senator Strauss.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Paul Strauss, the senior elected United States Senator for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the privilege to appear before you at this agency performance oversight hearing for fiscal year 21 and 2022 on behalf of the New Columbia Statehood Commission. I'm pleased to speak about the performance during the current fiscal year in front of you, who is, of course, one of our commission co-chairs, along with Mayor Bowser, who's also been one of the driving forces of the commission. And in conjunction with my fellow commissioners, one of whom is with us today, in accordance with Section 2.3 of the Commission's bylaws. Commission members have been promoting DC statehood not only locally here in town, but also nationally and in some cases internationally. We want to thank Mayor Bowser and Co-Chair Mendelson for your leadership of the commission as we go forward with this ambitious initiative. This virtual hearing is an ongoing reminder that this is still an unprecedented time for all of us on the commission and throughout the nation. The tragic events of the pandemic, not to mention the insurrection and other instances, have only made it clear how important achieving full statehood is to the people of Washington, D.C. and the United States as a whole. Throughout this public health emergency and the more recent domestic terrorist attacks and threats, the Commission has done its best to adapt to the current realities while continuing to perform advocacy and education efforts that have never been more critical. Our budgeted statehood initiatives are designed for the purposes of educating, advocating, promoting, and advancing the proposition that statehood and voting rights for the District of Columbia is important, and to take that message to the citizens of the 50 United States, as well as presenting our lack of equal rights to the international community and making the case that in many areas, the district's unequal status may in fact violate international law. The Statehood Initiative's outreach focused fully the importance of media, both television and radio, as well as direct outreach to citizens and in selected and targeted states. The commissioners have also been raising the issue in the national media and in some cases international as well. Appearances by delegation members included MSNBC, Fox, CNN, the BBC, Bloomberg, Black News Network, and many other national media outlets, in addition to local broadcast services as well. And in particular, targeted interviews to stations in West Virginia and other key states allow us to educate voters who are key constituencies to the few senators that have not yet signed on to the bill. As the world began to function more virtually, Senator Brown's Shadow Politics show, appearing on BBS Radio and now on We Act Radio, continues to have immense success and attract an even wider audience than before. Co-hosted along with Senator Brown and formerly Maria Sanchez, he's now joined by Marilia Duffels, who brings a wealth of experience and a different perspective. She is a scientist with a degree in microbiology from the University of Maryland and work in virology, two areas that are certainly critical. And she's well-versed in politics, having been an appointee in the administrations of Ronald Reagan and President Bush. She's an accomplished journalist, contributing to publications as the Financial Times, The Economist, Huffington Post. A former Republican, now turned independent, she balances Senator Brown with a fresh and different perspective for the show. The radio show continues to bring Americans to talk about issues important to them. This bipartisan show has featured 4 presidential candidates, former vice presidential candidate, authors, historians, professors, media personalities, journalists, the president of the National Organization for Women, a Virginia state senator, and many human rights and civil rights icons, including my predecessor, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Other outreach campaigns include our 51 Stars outreach campaign. That's where we take 51 stars of the Hollywood celebrity style and continue to bring them into public service announcements that we broadcast to promote DC statehood. Some noted celebrities like Dave Chappelle, Richard Schiff, Rosario Dawson have participated. And while the pandemic has made, in some cases, the production of new spots more complicated, we are looking forward to resuming in-person production of these in the coming year. And we're also excited to have added to the delegation the outreach efforts of the Honorable Adeyoye Owelewu, who has joined the team taking on full initiatives, particularly during the pandemic. As a licensed pharmacist himself, he has single-handedly administered thousands of vaccination shots. He continues to canvass around the district, encouraging people to get vaccinated. He's led a virtual public health roundtable with the mayor's office of returning citizens, and even organized a supercar rally for DC statehood. He's been featured in various media outlets as well, served on a panel in Harvard University's Global Health and Education Projects, the DC Democratic State Committee, and many more, and was also a keynote speaker at the Howard University College of Pharmacy commencement and his own alma mater, Northeastern University. His op-ed has appeared in Street Sense Media, and he's recently committed several visits to West Virginia to discuss DC statehood, and most recently attended the Black Policy Breakfast hosted by the Delta Theta Sigma sorority. And also met with members of West Virginia State Legislature. As the first Nigerian American to serve on our commission, he brings a unique perspective, and we appreciate his continued outreach on behalf of these important issues. Beginning with the swearing in of the new Congress, the entire delegation has been a consistent presence on the Hill, at least in a virtual way, making contact with new members. Legislatively, of course, we successfully passed H.R. 51 again in the House and are working very hard to secure passage in the Senate. We have more co-sponsors of the bill than ever before, and DC statehood and our efforts continue to be a model for self-determination efforts in both Guam and Puerto Rico. The delegation has maintained talks with the newly elected shadow delegation from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, as well as elected officials on the island of Guam who have followed DC example and also joined the UNPO, the International Organization for Unrepresented Nations and Peoples. We continue to work directly with outreach in targeted states. Our Iowans for DC statehood effort continues, and we're optimistic and hopeful that the successful RAGBRAI bike raid for DC statehood will resume again in person. I had the privilege of visiting the Arizona House of Representatives, where I was a guest of several members of their state legislature, and even had the privilege of being welcomed in person by the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House, who extended me that courtesy. In particular, Arizona, West Virginia, and Maine are going to be key targeted states for us as we try and get the last remaining Democrats to co-sponsor the statehood bill. And we will continue to work both locally, nationally, and internationally to continue to promote and advance DC statehood. We always welcome your assistance and partnership in these efforts. And I understand the Statehood Commission will be having a meeting sometime in the following month where we can talk again about the progress and the priorities that we have for this important struggle in the coming year. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you.
Thank you, Senator. I was looking to see if I was muted. Senator Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for allowing me to appear here today before you. And also, I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Brown, Senator Strauss, for his fine analysis of what we've been doing since the last time we met. Senator Strauss has been a leader in this movement for almost 25 years, and we should all thank him for his great service. I'm here today to explain the use of the pittance that the city doles out to my office annually for funding provided through the Statehood Initiatives Agency to ostensibly facilitate my pursuit of the mandated goal of achieving statehood for my constituents in order to restore the basic civil rights that were taken from us more than 220 years ago. Or as I like to say, less money than the DC government spends on toilet paper every year. Before we get started, however, let me, as my office obliges, inform you as chairman of the city council where we stand on our fight for DC statehood. As you know, our statehood bill has passed the House and now sits before the Senate with 47 co-sponsors, all Democrats in both cases. The Senate bill has stalled with no hope currently of getting the 60 votes needed to pass it. Although some statehood advocates are saying that we're closer to statehood than ever before, this is a lost leader. The truth is that we've just blown a major opportunity to put our effort for statehood on the national agenda. There has been, over the past several months, national attention focused on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Right to Vote Act that are before the Senate. But unfortunately, not a word has been said about the third voting rights bill before the Senate, which is S51, the Washington, D.C. Admission Act. Not one word, not from the mayor, not from the council, not from anybody. I wrote an op-ed for the Washington Post, which they agreed to publish, but then they rescinded that offer when the other two bills did not advance. And the other two public national papers I reached out to, unfortunately, had no interest in the story. Recently, I want to point out that recently a congressman from Georgia has introduced legislation to rescind the Home Rule Act, dissolving the city council and putting the city once again under the direct control of Congress. As you know, Congress has the power to do this, which they demonstrated most recently when they suspended the act and installed a control board in the 1980s. In fact, there have been many iterations of the council dating back to an elected council in 1802, which was one of several councils established, then dissolved. On my radio show Sunday, my guest was Jim Moran, who served in Congress for 24 years and is now a political strategist. He stated that he thought we will lose 50 seats in the House of Representatives and may, in fact, lose the Senate. I'm sorry, I've lost my... Republicans, I'm sorry, lose 50 seats. He said we lose 50 seats in the House and may lose the Senate. If these predictions come true, the district will not only lose what footing we have gained in our fight for statehood, but could see our right to home rule revoked. DC makes a perfect straw man for the Republicans to attack as we approach an important election year of 2022 and 2024. And if history has taught us anything, it is that Congress will, as it has done many times in the past, use the district for whatever political purpose best suits their agenda at any moment in time. We have had elected city councils, appointed city councils, no city councils, and elected mayors, appointed mayors, commissioners, you name it, to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever. That's the power, and you can bet that they will find creative ways to exercise it. Now is the time to act, and to do that, our delegation needs better support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Thank you, each of you, for your service. Senator Brown, if you want to submit your statement for the record,
Yes,
please.
we'll submit, I'll submit it in writing.
I do have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Let me just check something first. I want to see if I can get the date. The Statehood Commission, New Columbia Statehood Commission, which is the two of you plus the representative plus the mayor and myself, we're scheduled to meet March 24th at 4:30 p.m. I don't have a place, but it will be, at least I don't have the place in front of me, but it will be a meeting open to the public. And it also be the meeting where the commission adopts the budget for the commission.
Okay.
And if the past is any indication, the budget that you, the three of you, that is both of you senators who are here as well as representative, that you put forward is likely to be the budget that the commission adopts. I had submitted questions before this hearing, and we received your responses. Thank you. And one of the questions had to do with the tax checkoff on the district's individual tax return. In fiscal year 2019, $49,000 was raised to the tax checkoff. Last year, $104,000 was raised. That's more than double. Can either of you suggest why this has gone up? I think.
Well, my opinion is because we've raised the issue of statehood. We've raised it locally. You know, I put a sign in my front yard, Mr. Chairman, which, because my house is the first house you come to when you enter the District of Columbia from Maryland, warning people that moving here would might result in the loss of their basic civil rights. We got 40,000 hits on the internet. I think people are paying attention for the first time about this issue. And I think that they see us out there. Senator Strauss outlined all the things that he's doing and Representative Oye is doing and that I'm doing. And I think we're raising the issue, the level of the issue. I think people care about this and they want to see something happen. I think that's why we're getting more money. But I got to tell you, my recollection is I got $8,000 of that $100,000, and I don't understand why that is. That money's supposed to come directly to us.
Well, I was going to ask that question next, which is the money is, the tax checkoff is collected and held in a fund by the chief financial officer and then transferred to the delegation. So in 2019, $49,000 was raised from the checkoff and $57,000 was transferred. And last year, $70,000 was raised and $54,000 was transferred. I said last year, I mean in fiscal year 20. And in fiscal year 21, which was last year, $104,000 was raised and $500 was transferred. So why was so little transferred?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the last time we had a commission meeting, and it was actually your preference that you stated on the record, one, that these transfers be done with the approval of the commission and all commissioners, as opposed to the unanimous consent. And so we look forward to addressing that issue and moving forward in March. The delegation. The checkoff funds are part of the overall New Columbia Statehood Fund. And when the agency has unmet needs because the appropriation is insufficient, we can look to those as reserves. And so one of the areas where that money has been transferred in years past was to cover additional spending pressures in the area of personnel services, as well as the related category of fringe benefits. I think it's object class 14. And then you set up at our request, and we appreciate, a degree of discretionary spending, because there are certain things that we are simply unable to do through the appropriated process because of all of the regulations. So we now have discretionary spending that you have set a cap of I think there is an annual limit, and when we have available unmet discretionary authority pursuant to that cap, those funds could then be transferred to individual funds subject to the limits of that cap, as well as there are other ways of accessing the authority through various waivers and stuff through the CFO's office. One of the areas where we haven't really had external spending pressures this year was because the pandemic, a lot of the official travel that the delegation would normally take didn't happen because meetings were converted to virtual, and public health conditions made it unwise. As we continue to expand cautiously in-person travel and essential travel, we will expect that those we will continue to draw down on that as well. And then, of course, there are always years, while we get a similar appropriation from year to year, there are certain years where the spending pressures tend to be greater. So it would be a mistake to assume that the amount of programming is the same each specific year, particularly years where there's national political conventions where we're nominating the president and vice president. There's a lot of extra programming that goes through that. And in particular, while of course our official travel is to promote the issue of statehood and not to influence any particular election, we find that the opportunities to travel often coincide in cycles where there are national elections. And so places like Iowa and so forth. So we generally tend to draw and spend more in years where there are national events that dictate a more proportionate and greater response.
Do the three of you, the three elected representatives, do you three of you keep a record of the number of meetings you've had with members of Congress and the outcome of those meetings?
Of course.
Yes. We do, and Ms. Angeli Sema, our acting executive director, also works with, in particular, worked with the representative to set up and assist him in the meetings he's had with House members as well.
You know, if I might, Mr. Chairman, one of our problems is that we need to stop going up to Capitol Hill and explaining things to these people. You know, we send you and the mayor and other people up there to explain to them why statehood is okay, why it's legal, and why we should, they should grant statehood to us in order to resolve this, political anomaly that's gone on for 220 years. Every single member of Congress knows this. We don't need to explain anything to any of them. What we need to do is start a fight. And believe me, they're going to come after the District of Columbia, maybe not in this session so strongly, but certainly in the next. And we need to be prepared for that. That's my opinion.
What does that mean to start a fight?
Well, we need to go up there and be proactive. We go up there and we say, you know what? We have some constitutional scholar that said that what we're doing here in carving out the federal district doesn't affect the Constitution. They know this. We need to start a fight. We need to go up there and say, look, this is just wrong. We are all concerned about the 1,000 voters in Georgia that might be disenfranchised. But you know what? We have 700,000 people here that are disenfranchised, and this needs to change. We need to be more active in our social disobedience. We've seen this is a civil rights struggle, and look at what happened in the South. They marched across the Pettus Bridge. They boycotted buses in Montgomery. They didn't go up and explain to the city council or the mayor or the governor why Black people shouldn't sit on the back of the bus. They They took action, and that's what we need to do. We need to take action. But we don't have the money to do it. We don't have the money to organize. We don't have the money to get people out there. And I'll tell you, the District of Columbia makes a great straw man. And I was a political strategist for the Democrats. And if I was a political strategist for the Republicans, trying to make the Democrats look bad, I'd say, take the District of Columbia and hold it up there, because it's run completely by Democrats. And you've got rising crime, amazing budget, a lot of things they can beat us up at. And as we know, they're not the least bit, I don't know how to put it, but they're not going to be nice about any of this. They're not going to say, they say that DC would be the smallest state. They don't say it's bigger than Wyoming or Vermont in terms of population, because they don't care about that. They care about making us look bad, and they do it at every turn. And I'll tell you, if you want to make the Democratic Party look bad, the place to do it is here in DC. We've seen it time and time again with our gun laws, that they attack. Why do they attack our gun laws?
I'm going to interrupt you on that. And
Okay.
the reason is because we've had at least two hearings before the House committee on this issue, and we've seen what the Republicans have to fire at the district. The last hearing, they said that we don't deserve statehood because we don't have a car dealership. And at the previous hearing, they said we don't deserve statehood because there was something about parking.
Bowling alley too. We don't have a bowling alley.
Yeah, so those are their best shots.
No, they're not their best shots, Mr. Chairman. Harry Thomas, Jack Evans,
Yeah,
Tommy
you're right. No,
Brown,
they did.
Jim
2
Grant.
years ago,
Those
2
are
years
their
ago.
best shots, and those are the ones they use with us in private. And you could talk about the bowling alley if you want, or the car dealership, but also at that hearing where we were both at, they mentioned all those people. They mentioned Jack, they mentioned Harry, they mentioned Michael, they mentioned Kwame, and that's what they do. And they're not just going to talk about car dealerships. That's not their best shot. Their best shot is that you have a city where you have rising crime. They don't care that crime is rising in every other metropolitan area, where you have a $17 billion budget, and it's completely run by Democrats. We don't have a single Republican in office in the district. We've never voted for a Republican for president. We've never elected a Republican as mayor. I'm telling you, this is, if I was a Republican strategist, I'd be salivating over all this.
Okay, well, I happen to be proud of the fact that the Wall Street article put out an article, the Wall Street Journal put out an article a couple of weeks ago about how the district is financially the best run city in the country. So criticize us for that.
Well, I got to tell you, the Trump Republicans especially do not read the Wall Street Journal, sir. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that any of this is true, Chairman Mendelson. I'm just telling you that it makes good fodder for them to attack the District of Columbia. And they've always done it.
So an issue that I have brought up in the past, and I bring it up again, is do the three of you have a coordinated plan to advance statehood? Because I see a number of individual activities like 51 Stars and the radio show, but I mean a coordinated plan between the three of you that says, we're going to do this and then something else, and then something else. And that's going to get us to the Senate passing the legislation because we've been strategic in how we're approaching this. Do you have such a plan?
No, like all delegations, no Senate delegation has such a plan. You've got 50 of them around the country, and I guarantee you that they don't sit down and coordinate their efforts. Senate offices work independently of each other. That's number one. And number two, we really don't have the money to put together a coordinated plan. We don't even have enough money for each of us to have our own personnel. So there is no way to do that.
As much as I enjoy the the exchange between my colleague, I would have to respectfully disagree. The continued coordinated plan, it involves acting locally, nationally, and internationally. And we continue to attempt to execute that plan. And the commission is an important vehicle for making sure that our efforts align with the efforts of the mayor and the legislative branch, and that we're complementing each other's efforts. So while we do on many occasions function independently, and the budget allows members to fund and execute their own initiatives, the majority of the work that we do as the commission involves coordinated efforts, a coordinated office, and we continue to plan, act, and implement locally, nationally, and internationally. Thank you.
Let me see if I have any other questions. Hold on. I don't have any other questions for you. Anything else either of you want to add?
I would just say, Mr. Chairman, ask not for who the bell tolls. These guys are coming for you, and they're coming for all of us. So we need to be prepared. And I leave it at that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Strauss?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We recognize that even though we're independent elected officials accounted directly to the voters, that public service is a public trust, and we understand the importance of participating in oversight and processes where the branches can evaluate the work we're doing and work in a collaborative and cooperative way. Thank you.
Thank you. We will see you on, I believe it's March 22nd, when we will have the hearing on the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay.
Thank you again. So
Thank
you. You are each of you excused. Thank you for your service. My staff is suggesting to me that maybe we will go to the other post-employment benefit administration and then to the retirement board. So I think that's what I will do. And I trust my staff will coordinate with the retirement board witnesses so everybody's okay. So we will hear now from Carmen Pigler, who's the Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer in the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. And this concerns the post-employment benefits administration.
Maybe we should stay with the original order, not Formulation. I stepped away.
Are you sure the retirement board's there? All right, created some confusion. I indicated we were going to go to OPEB, but Ms. Pigler wasn't there to come into the room, so we'll go to the retirement board instead, which is next on our list. So I only see the executive director, and I believe Lyle Blanchard is also supposed to be here.
No, he's not here.
He's not here yet. Good afternoon, Chairman Melvison.
Give me a second. Good afternoon. Give me a second before you start.
Sure. Me. Has the link been sent out to Trustee Blanchard as well?
I think we're resending it right now.
Okay, great. We also registered our CFO, our CIO, our pension administrator, and HR director for links as well as the Bolton Group, our actuarial auditors.
We just sent a link to Mr. Blanchard. Could you make sure that he is aware that we're sending it to him?
Certainly. And the others as well, as aforementioned. Trustee Blanchard is in the process of logging in now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Give me just a second.
All right.
Why don't we get started? Sorry, I was waiting. You were waiting for me. I think we're all ready now. And Mr. Blanchard, we were very unfair. We did not send you the link, so that was our fault.
That's okay.
But it looks like you're here now. My understanding is you're going to speak first and then introduce Mr. Balistrieri.
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
So good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council of the District of Columbia Committee of the Whole. I'm Lyle Blanchard, trustee and chair of the Legislative Committee of the DC Retirement Board. As a member of the DCRB's Board of Trustees, I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and this committee for your continued support. The trustees look forward to working with the committee and the council as DCRB fulfills its fiduciary and administrative responsibilities. As you know, DCRB was created by Congress in 1979 under the District of Columbia Retirement Reform Act as an independent agency of the District of Columbia government. DCRB has exclusive authority and discretion to manage the assets of the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Fund and the District of Columbia Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Fund, collectively referred to as the fund. Our mission also includes providing a range of retirement administration services for members of the DC Teachers Retirement Plan and the DC Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan throughout their lives and the lives of their eligible survivors. I am pleased to report that DCRB continues to be a fully funded retirement system with the plan's aggregate funding status level at 112.2% as of the end of September 30th, 2021, the last fiscal year. DCRB's total funded assets also reached $11.4 billion as of December 31st, 2021, and we continue to make progress in our efforts to create a comprehensive retirement system. From its inception in 1982 through September 2021, the plan has generated an annualized gross return of 8.83%, substantially exceeding DCRB's actuarial long-term return target, which is 6.5%. In 2021, fiscal year 2021, the fund earned a net return of 20.78%, driven by the strong economic recovery and increasing investor optimism following the COVID-19 related market downturn during the prior year. Our executive director, JP Ballesteri, will elaborate on our progress during his testimony. I'm also happy to report that to date, DCRB has been among a select number of public systems to receive the Public Coordinating Council's Recognition Award for Funding and Administration in recognition of meeting professional standards for plan funding administration as set forth in the public pension standards. And for the 13th consecutive year, DCRB was awarded on February 3rd, 2022, the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for its fiscal year ended 2020 annual comprehensive financial report, which is the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting. I will now turn to JP Ballesteri, who will provide you with more detailed information about our FY21 accomplishments and our goals for FY22 and beyond.
Thank you, Trustee Blanchard. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council of the District of Columbia Committee of the Whole. I am JP Ballesteri, the Executive Director of the District of Columbia Retirement Board, DCRB, and on behalf of DCRB, I also want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and this committee for your continued support. Since our last performance hearing on March 11th, 2021, progress has been made in several areas of DCRB, and I would like to provide you with a summary of our accomplishments over the past year, as well as our objectives and priorities moving forward. DCRB's mission is to lead by serving others, and it includes two overarching goals: to prudently invest the assets of the fund for the exclusive benefit of its members, and to provide plan members with accurate and timely annuity payments and excellent services. DCRB's priority is to invest and manage the fund, which is held in trust for the exclusive benefit of all plan members and their eligible survivors and beneficiaries. The assets of the fund must only be used to pay benefits to plan members and reasonable associated administrative expenses. DCRB's Board of Trustees as fiduciaries and DCRB staff are required in good faith to discharge their responsibilities solely in the interest of the plan members and beneficiaries, must always continue to work collaboratively to maximize returns as well as manage and mitigate risks to the fund. In serving our mission and priority, it is imperative to focus on the organization's employees and their needs and objectives to optimize operational efficiencies. As Executive Director, I exercise comprehensive organizational review and action by taking a bottoms-up approach in operating an organization. In other words, I apply consultative style in decision-making, organizational change, and leadership in which employee participation is promoted and empowered at all levels of the organization. To date, this approach has permitted DCRB to identify and implement actions to be taken for organizational needs, efficient allocation of personnel and teams, as well as the required processes and policies to improve cross-functional efficiencies among departments across the agency. In my first month as Executive Director in September of 2021, I met with both management and their team members to understand objectively how each department and their employees work together and how they integrated with other departments and their teams in performing cross-functional duties across the agency. The most notable aspect that gave rise to my initial concern for DCRB's work environment was the noticeable turnover of key leadership personnel in various departments, including the CIO, the pension administrator, the executive director positions, as well as other supporting staff and senior positions prior to my arrival. Upon completion of my review and meetings with personnel across the agency, I was pleased to observe that there were excellent professionals who were eager to do thoughtful work and serve our constituents admirably. However, it was also clear that it was an environment whereby there was no collaborative approach to working together across functions at most times. Employees were not confident in making decisions individually and as a team in a workplace atmosphere driven by the fear of making mistakes. In most circumstances, this is mainly attributable to the following observations that I saw here. Department and cross-functional teams were unclear and obscure at times. Personnel and department roles, as well as cross-functional authority and decision-making, was ambiguous, unclear, and sometimes conflicting. Decision-making was based on one-way communication without regard for others' opinions, while not providing actual solutions. Communication among peers and departments was repressed and apprehensive in confronting issues or conflicts. Thus, issues were avoided as opposed to being resolved. This being said, the fund was acting and working in unison with the quality of its employees, even though at times these things couldn't be accomplished. As of February 2022, I am pleased to report that DCRB is a workplace where employees are free to be their authentic selves and are encouraged to speak their minds while collaboratively sharing their opinions in a collegial work environment. At DCRB, we operate with a management approach whereby goals and objectives are clear and obvious. Others' opinions are respected and considered. Roles among personnel and departments are clear and agreed upon. Communication is supportive and assertive, yet understanding and respectful by active listening among team members. And decision-making is based on agreement, clear review, discussion, and approval of by all stakeholders' input while effectively meeting deadlines. In 2021 and fiscal year 2022 onward, DCRB has set out to make certain promotions, changes in organizational structure, personnel placement, and recruitment based on optimizing operational efficiencies, and most importantly, to provide our employees a platform for personal growth and a bona fide career path. In 2021, we filled 14 vacancies, including 2 key executive level promotions for the CIO and the pension administrative positions, as well as the CFO to lead our accounting and finance department. To date, in 2022, we have already filled 7 key positions, including the head of our new procurement department, 4 key positions in benefits, a senior investment strategist, and a senior IT professional. One of DCRB's major ongoing responsibilities is to prudently invest fund assets with the goal of earning a return that meets and exceeds the actuarial long-term investment return target of 6.25%, which has just recently been established as of October 1st, 2022. This target is intended to sustain the fund's viability over the long-term investment horizon. From its inception in October 1982 through September 2021, the plan has generated an annualized gross return of 8.83%, substantially exceeding the actuarial long-term return target. In fiscal year 2021, the fund earned a net return of 20.78%, driven by strong economic recovery and increasing investor optimism following the COVID-19 related market downturn during the prior year. To achieve long-term sustainable risk-adjusted net returns, we continue to review investment manager performance against benchmark returns, rebalance the portfolio to maintain compliance with asset allocation targets and ranges, as well as monitor and evaluate investment manager fees. In accordance with an investment fees benchmarking assessment conducted and published by the CEM Benchmarking Inc. in 2021, DCRB's total investment cost in 2020, excluding private asset performance fees, was $41.7 million, or 43.3 basis points, compared to the US median of 50.7 basis points, which comprise of 156 funds with plan size ranging between 317 million and 367.3 billion. On October 26, 2021, I was proud to sign off on behalf of DCRB as a signatory and member of the ILPA, supporting legislation that seeks SEC rulemaking action to require quarterly fee and expense reporting by private fund advisors. However, this is not enough, and we decided to take action as an agency. We will issue an RFP to hire a specialized consultant in investment manager fees and transaction costs, verification, analysis, and management. We expect the consultant to establish a new investment manager and performance fees and expenses validation tracking system that will provide DCRB with a timely, that be quarterly, and transparent reporting process for all public and private manager fees and expenses, as well as performance fees accrued and paid, commencing in fiscal year 2023. This system will provide us with information our internal investment finance, legal staff, and investment consultant require to fulfill timely and periodic review and verification of investment managers' compliance with terms and conditions of their agreements. As part of the board's monitoring of prospective and current investment managers, we're devoting substantial time and attention to evaluating investment managers' commitment and willingness to embrace diversity and inclusion in their hiring decisions, investment decision-making processes, and ownership structures. In collaboration with the board's investment consultant and other industry partners, we will continue to identify promising emerging diverse fund managers and engage our existing partners to evaluate their efforts to promote diversity and inclusion. Pursuant to the Diverse Emerging Fund Managers Reporting Requirements Amendment Act of 2020, that's DC Law 23161, DCRB meets the reporting standard through disclosures in its annual comprehensive financial report. In fiscal year of 2022, our focus will be on reevaluating the board's investment consultant relationship. We are in the midst of an RFP process to be completed by the end of fiscal year 2022, as of today's date. DCRB has already finalized and received council approval for its own procurement rules effective as of December 21, 2021, and has established its own procurement department as of February 2022. DCRB has already hired their senior contract specialist, the head of procurement, and a contract specialist as well in supporting the procurement department. As part of DCRB's organizational restructuring and changes, the procurement department will be placed under the finance department, the CFO's team. This will fortify the necessary collaboration between the procurement and budget units in the areas of acquisition planning, budget certification, and fund validation to facilitate the procuring of quality, cost-effective goods and services for the board. Proper acquisition planning is imperative for effective budget formulation and execution. Moreover, it allows procurement to develop a comprehensive vendor outreach plan for option year awarding and RFP schedule planning to ensure contracts are awarded in alignment with the board's operational needs. Additional administrative benefits include it helps improve enforcement of policies and procedures. It helps enable end-to-end procure-to-pay efficiencies, aligns procurement more directly in the business strategy, and ensures that procurement is in sync and focused on going in the same direction as other units of the agency. It improves supply chain risk management, enables procurement function to become a strategic business partner amongst the departments, expands procurement's purview beyond cost containment, and it provides greater engagement and influence to drive savings in a way that adds more value to the overall agency. And the financial operations benefits include sourcing savings, which will be validated by finance and be a more authoritative account of procurement achievements. It improves ability to control budgets and cash flow outflows. And it's a single source of truth and set of numbers. It ties budgets to the P&L and to contracts to sourcing and savings. And it allows a collaborative implementation of process and policy changes that we will embark upon in the coming year. Safeguarding the integrity of the fund is probably one of the most important priorities for me and for my colleagues, as well as our trustees. We have procured consulting services
by the name of Funding Advisory Services to assist us in a robust review of our operations across DCRB, commencing in the second quarter of 2022. Specifically, these services will identify organizational areas of strengths and weaknesses in the implementation, administration, and fiduciary oversight of the agency's retirement program. It'll compare DCRB third-party administration and other support operations, including investments and board fiduciary oversight functions, with applicable federal and district laws, rules, and regulations, industry best practices, and the best practices of other similarly situated governmental 401A defined benefit plans, as well as provide detailed and actionable recommendations to cure and improve any identified deficiencies. These services coincide with establishing and implementing the processes and policies to integrate with our internal audit function in order to ensure and administer ongoing compliance review across all agency departments and operations. The board's independent actuary conducts an actuarial valuation each year to determine the funded status of the plans and to identify the district's contribution to the fund. In addition to DCRB's financial statements are audited annually, and we continue to strive to obtain unqualified audit opinions and report our financial activities according to required government accounting standards. We are committed to resolving and remediating the issues reported with our auditors year over year. We are also implementing corrective action on our own internal controls pursuant to the Kroll LLP Final Forensic Audit Report and recommendations issued on September 27, 2021. We will seek to improve benefits administration capabilities to assure that benefits are paid to our members accurately and timely. DCRB continues to improve benefits administration by collaborating with our district partners to increase the quality of data and to use to calculate benefits, and by automating the transfer of that information to DCRB when and where possible. We intend to build end-to-end retirement process maps to better define roles, responsibilities, and lines of authority. These process maps should assist us in identifying bottlenecks and duplications of effort that impair the overall participant experience. Like last year in fiscal year 2022, we will provide active participants with estimated benefit statements that includes retirement planning information to active members and is useful in communicating future benefits to potential retirees. We will also seek out input from member groups to update the published summary plan descriptions for police, fire, and teachers by the end of the 2022 calendar year. This year's update will focus on making the document more user-friendly and clear on the post-retirement activities and processes that annuitants should be aware of during their retirement. To further increase our members' ability to report certain life events to DCRB, we are working with our IT department as well and launching online secure forms of communications through our Member Services Center and online website, including the ability to submit member inquiries with attachments, healthcare enrollment forms, deferred retirement applications, reporting of a member death, and other widely used DCRB forms currently only available for download and mailing fax into DCRB. In our ongoing efforts to reduce the complexity in the IT footprint, we have continued in our strategic engagement with Okta, which provides us with the ability to focus on other critical initiatives and control our expenditures as well. In closing, I would like to thank the committee for its support in helping DCRB carry out our mission. We look forward to working with you and your staff and thoughtfully serving our plan members. Greatly appreciate your time, Chairman Metz.
Thank you, Mr. Balistreri. I do have some questions for you. Welcome to your first annual performance hearing. That was not a question. I'm going to start with this. In the audited annual financial report for fiscal year 2019, there were 3 findings. Deficiencies, significant deficiencies. Management did not incorporate audit adjustments for fiscal year 2018 in the general ledger. Management does not have a formal written financial reporting process manual in place. At present, investment manager fees are paid as invoiced and not recalculated. For his fiscal year ending 2020, there were 3 significant deficiencies. Management did not implement the fiscal year 2019 findings issued by the prior auditor. Management did not incorporate audit adjustments for fiscal year 2018 in the general ledger. Management does not have a formal written financial reporting process manual in place. At present, investment managers' fees are paid as invoiced and are not recalculated. For fiscal year 2021, the annual financial report that just came out, there were these 3 significant deficiencies. Management did not implement all elements of the fiscal year 2019 findings issued by the prior auditor. Management did not incorporate audit adjustments for fiscal year 2018 in the general ledger. Management does not have a formal written financial reporting process manual in place, and investment managers' fees are paid as invoiced and not recalculated. For fiscal year 2019, management responded, DCRB agrees with the finding. DCRB will create accounting and financial reporting manual. DCRB will elevate companies to procure a consultant to validate the calculation of fees paid. DCRB is also recruiting for an accountant who will help continue the analysis within the general ledger. With regard to the fiscal year 2020 audit findings, deficiencies, management responded. We've been working for several months with the District of Columbia Office of Contracting and Procurement to engage consulting resources critical to our finance department's ability to complete appropriate analysis of our historical records, identify the necessary adjustments to our general ledger, and move forward with both prior year and current year audit adjustments recorded properly. DCRB is actively recruiting for a chief financial officer who will be instrumental in efforts to ensure that investment values and investment-related activities evaluated and recorded properly, and so forth. For the fiscal year that just ended, management response was DCRB engaged a consultant to perform a multi-year reconciliation between the general ledger detailed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of hard to believe, and this is now threatening the viability of the district government's annual financial report. So you did touch on this in your statement, but what assurance do we have that any of these 3 deficiencies will be resolved this year?
I've worked with my CFO in the finance department, and we can give you a very strong answer. I'd like to bring in my CFO, Sarah, who can give you some more details on that. It seems like you've gone into the details, so I think it's important to get some detailed responses for you. But I feel very bullish about it. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I'm Nesim Sara, CFO of the District of Columbia Retirement Board. As it relates to the findings that you mentioned, carrying over from FY 2021 into 2022, the reason why all 3 conditions remain unchanged is that the Assistant Inspector General for Audits at the IG, as well as McConnell Jones, wanted the finding to be carried over as originally written until it's fully resolved. So if you do not see it, our auditors for FY 2021 noted 3 things for each of those conditions. For the first condition that you mentioned related to the audit adjustments, we brought in Crow. They did a comprehensive review and reconciliation of ending balances to beginning balances, of trial balance to general ledger to audited financial statements. They did not identify any material variances. What they did find was a few accounts where balances were in the wrong place, but these had no financial impact. For that condition, why it's not fully remediated is that there's some additional steps that they asked us to do to review similar balances, which we are going to do in FY 22. But as of today, that condition is partially remediated. We have a few steps to do to make it fully remediated. For the second one,
when will those steps be completed?
Those steps will be completed by the end of April. Because we're currently looking at them, then we'll identify what actions we need to take, and then we'll clean up those balances.
So when will the balances be cleaned up?
By the end of April.
So you will, what you're saying is that by the end of April, you will have adjusted the general ledger balances back to 2018?
We'll have updated the balances because it's part of the adjustments from what I reviewed. Timing issue with some of the valuations. So there's a timing issue which doesn't require a retroactive adjustment. But then for some balances, which Crow noted, we had some stale balances, we had some adjustments that were made, but what we needed to do is zero out those ones. That's why there was no financial impact. So for example, we'd have a credit in one account, a debit in another account. They would carry balances, but they actually zero out. So there were some accounts that I identified that did as such. So we're doing that cleanup to make sure that there are no longer any abnormal balances in our books. So that's
Well, I'm not so concerned that I'm not concerned about whether the net effect is zero or something else. I'm concerned about the finding that management has to incorporate audit adjustments for fiscal year 2018 in the general ledger, which I assume then affects going forward 2019, 2020, 21, so that your ledger for 21, the end of year ledger for 21 is correct for 20 when they do the audit for the current fiscal year. That's what I'm concerned about, is those adjustments being made.
that portion of it, Chairman Mendelson, has been resolved because Watson Rice agreed that that matter was taken care of. If you read the full condition, there's various additional items that are mentioned in the condition that we are waiting to do. Because when Watson Rice themselves, our current auditors, did a reconciliation of the balances, they did not find any variances. So the audit adjustments were in fact entered. It's just a question of us segregating those out to show exactly the timing when that occurred.
So it's your testimony that the full condition will be resolved fully by the end of April.
Correct.
And how can I verify that?
We will have to send you an update to let you know, because what will happen is that we will have a corrective action plan summary, which we will keep on record and present to our auditors once they come on board again in August. And they'll review that and verify that the steps have been complete.
Yes, but I don't want this to be figured out and resolved at the end of the fiscal year, because there's the risk, since it will be the end of the fiscal year, that this finding would reappear because it will not have been resolved in FY22.
Chairman, the steps that we discussed with the auditors that we're going to take, they agreed in those steps. Hence, they agreed that the condition itself has been partially resolved. So they agreed on the roadmap forward. And so
Okay.
to execute on those steps, then show them what we have done. And we're in constant communication with them on that. So it will not be surprised at the end of the year.
I would propose, Chairman Mendelson, that we, at the end of April, follow up with you with the report. And if anything outside the ordinary course of business occurs that would push or delay those adjustments being made, we'll duly disclose that to you. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Okay.
What about the second finding?
For the second condition related to the written policies and procedures in place, when we engaged Crow in March of 2021, shortly after I started, what we did was, as part of their review of the account balances and the critical areas, we also asked them to assist in developing policies and procedures. So throughout the fiscal year FY 2021, policies and procedures were developed. The issue is that they were available. However, we did not implement them until 10/1/22, which means that, 10/1/21 at the beginning of fiscal year 22. So we have a comprehensive policies and procedures manual. We've included it as attachment 7 to the responses to the question. So the auditors could not mark that remediated because the policies and procedures did not come effective until FY22.
But as of today, it actually is de facto effective, and therefore that has been resolved.
Do you have anything in writing from the auditors that indicates that the manual is satisfactory?
No, we do not, because they looked at it, but the testing that they did was not based on the steps that were in those processes, because we did not implement those until 2021. But they agreed that we had taken the right path forward by formalizing all the policies and procedures that we have, because they reviewed the report from Crow and they had a discussion with Crow. So they were satisfied with the work that was performed.
But you know, this is a sort of a trust but verify. So how do I know that in fact the manual, that the procedures that you have are satisfactory to them?
Because the main concern that the auditors had was that we were following procedures. However, they were not formalized. So if you look back at the last 2 years, they did not say that we did not have a good control environment. What they said is that we did not document what we were doing. So the work that was done in the formalizing of it, we added a few steps which were not there before, such as segregation, proper segregation of duties. We added primary and backups, and then we also set it up so that there can be a rotation of duties among staff. So that was something which had been discussed, but it hadn't been formalized. So the policies we have now formalized that. And as I said, the auditors, or our auditors, had the discussion with the contractor, and they were satisfied with the steps in the direction that we had taken in formalizing.
Yeah, and it's that satisfaction that I'm trying to verify. So understand the context in which I'm asking these questions.
Correct.
That these deficiencies have been around for 3 years, and the retirement board has indicated to the auditors for 3 years that they would address these in each of the last 3 years. And so here we are. I mean, I just had a hearing on the district government's annual comprehensive financial report, and the retirement board is a concern. And we were told, I was told, the testimony was that these significant deficiencies being unresolved could very well lead to a real weakness for the district in its next annual comprehensive financial report. Now, we don't need to discuss that. I just want to be confident that the next year's audit will not have these deficiencies.
Chairman, they won't. There were another 2 findings that we were able to resolve in my time here. The first one, which is one of the ones that caused concern last year, was that there was an untimely presentation of a trial balance to the auditors, as well as an untimely completion of the audit. We resolved that. We provided them with a timely trial balance, and we also completed the audit by the district's deadline, which was, and our statements were issued on December 17th. So the steps we put in place around the reporting was not only satisfactory, it was evident by the fact that the statements were issued by the deadline. The second one related to the valuation of our private managers. What happens is that in FY20, the auditors identified, I believe it was a $67 million valuation adjustment. What we did for FY21, we put processes in place where we do a monthly true-up, because the statements are available in a lag. So effectively, the trial balance we give the auditors has the June statements valuation. The September valuation is only available in November and December. So what we do, as those balances are available, we true up our balances. We ended up doing a $95 million adjustment, which we identified, and the auditors were satisfied with that process. So I say that only to emphasize that it's a new team that's come in, and we've taken steps to ensure that some of the issues and the challenges that you're alluding to are being addressed proactively. And in conjunction with the auditors, the trust but verify piece of it comes from the fact that they've seen these 2 full remediations of findings, and the way forward, they agree on that path. The one thing which now, I guess to your point, will be a concern is that third condition, which relates to the manager fees. So what we do in-house, we recalculate all directly invoiced manager fees. What we also do is we perform a ratio analysis and analytics over the reasonableness of all our fees which are paid. And as the executive director alluded to, there's a CEM annual report, but that's on a calendar year basis. So what we have committed to do is to award a fee validation service contract by the end of the fiscal year. The scope is currently being written. We intend to have the solicitation out by the third quarter, and then a contract awarded by the end of the year. So that way we can start the process of gathering the information or having the vendor gather the information, identify where the fees are, and then come up with a really organized tracking, reporting, and delivery method. So that way we are not only reporting timely, but we're doing an apples to apples presentation and letting everyone know what the fees are.
And let me reiterate, Chairman Mendelson, that it is not the ordinary course of business for the standard pension funds to actually create a tracking system, mainly because, and it's also not normal in ordinary course of business for budgeting for investment manager fees, because they're not administrative or operating expenses, and you don't usually in the ordinary course budget for non-operating expenses. They're usually netted out at the top of above the gross margin line in profit and loss statement. So what caused the confusion that I assessed with my team here is that we were not in the ordinary course of business budgeting for investment management fees when we should have had a separate type of tracking system to display the reality of when investment management fees are accounted for and come in. A lot of these investment management fees come in, and the ascertainment of the cost, they come in about 2 to 2.5 months in arrears of each quarter. So when we were budgeting for a fiscal year, we didn't have the full amount of numbers by the end of the fiscal year until December, which is the time when we were already compiling and completing a financial audit for things we should have been budgeting for in the first place and accounting for in the first place. So that is one of the key significant reasons that we're going above and beyond what pension funds do in the market and create with a separate consultant that we have an RFP that we're putting together for to track an individual system to thoughtfully and transparently provide all the types of expenses and fees. That way we can also track it with our investment team and attorneys and tracking that with our contracts as well, keeping it close to the chest for us. We can do our job. We can control what we can control to verify to the best of our abilities with what the market provides.
I'm confused.
Oh,
Audit finding was investment managers' fees are paid as invoiced and not recalculated to ensure that they comply with the terms of the respective investment management agreements. So this isn't just simply a reporting requirement. This is making sure that you're not being overcharged the fees. Understanding is that this is an issue with only a handful of funds. But when you're talking to me, and this is why I'm confused about being able to track and report the fees, while there may be a value to that, that wasn't what the auditor was concerned about. It was to ensure that they comply with the terms of the respective investment management agreements.
So, yes, Chairman Mendelson, just to clarify, as I mentioned, the way the finding is written, so that's why we're clarifying. We do an analysis over part of the fees, but not all of the fees. So the fee validation contract that we're entering into is going to require the vendor to do a validation of all the fees we pay according to the fee schedule of each deal. So that'll address the finding. The second concern was
Yeah, but
that,
let me stop you there. So, and what I heard is that you're going to solicit for this to be done by an outside vendor. You're going to solicit for it by the end of June and have somebody on board by the end of the fiscal year. And that concerns me because that means that the deficiency is still in place on September 30th.
so Chairman Mendelson, as I indicated, and let me clarify. We pay some of the fees directly. For the fees we pay directly, we do a full recalculation. So that is a subset. There's a second subset where from our custodian, we get a fee schedule and we can do a calculation there. The third thing we do over fees, we do a ratio analysis. So we determine assets under management, what are the basis points we're paying in general, but that is on a calendar year. So there's work that's being done. So the auditors have acknowledged there's work that's being done, but we're covering subsets. We're not covering 100% of the fees. And with the fees, there's those that are netted directly against the earnings. So what we're doing is the fees that we identify as fees and that we can recalculate, we recalculate. And in our reporting, the guidance that's provided by the Financial Accounting Standard Boards and governmental standards boards, we're meeting those requirements. We weren't clear at the time of the auditors of the steps that we were doing because this finding was issued in 2019. So when I was on board with the auditors this year, we described what we're doing, but the step that we're saying we're going further on is ensuring that 100% of the fees through the fee validation contract are the ones that are calculated.
But Chairman Mendelson, you are right in your observation about by the time we do have this fee validation service in place, it's not going to be for 2022. However, and we're obviously, as you saw in the answers and questions, we're not going to be budgeting anymore for them starting in 2023 when we have the consultant in place to use 2023 as our pilot calendar and fiscal years for the tracking system. This takes a lot of time. It's not something you can do overnight because all the reporting that we don't have control of with outside investment managers has to be compiled in arrears over time. And just like our outside provider of how we do in terms of basis points paid on assets under management, as I stated in my testimony with CM Benchmarking Inc., everything's done almost a year in arrears when it comes to investment manager fees. As it relates to what's paid out at the given time, what's invoiced and paid out, or not really invoiced, but what's actually paid out by the end of each fiscal year might not necessarily be what's still due after the fiscal year for the calendar year that we are looking for. That's why when we were budgeting these fees, when we weren't supposed to be budgeting them in the ordinary course of business in the industry, we were creating a presentation issue that created that confusion as to what was being reported and not, and why we were going over a budget because of that precise issue of there are fees that are tabulated and confirmed by Northern Trust and all our custodian, as well as private managers that come in much later and in arrears. But there's no way we're going to have an actual tracking system done for 2022. As we said in our answers and questions, that will be something that we compile for the first year of that program in 2023, because the reality is it takes that long to put it together.
I'm still confused. The issue that I read in the deficiency has to do with reconciling the agreement with what you're paying.
Correct.
Reporting all your fees. I'm not arguing you. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't do what you're talking about.
Right.
I think it's great to be able to report what your fees are and how they compare with other funds. But I'm not reading that that's what the deficiency is.
Yeah, you're asking about reconciling what we're paying is in pursuant to our agreement terms and conditions. That's what the deficiency is. Correct. And correct. And if you heard my testimony, I talked about the fact that once the tracking system is in place, and once we have the personnel to review the tracking system in-house with the tracking system, we're going to have a process internally established in 2023 that has our attorneys with our accounting team and the tracking system compiling information that is making sure and assuring, which what the tracking system will do, assure that our fees that we're paying and being charged are pursuant to the terms and conditions in each of these investment manager agreements, because it'll be easier to track what's in our terms and conditions with what's being tracked on a quarterly in arrears basis when we do get that information as it comes in the new tracking system. But you need to understand, we
So
have to first create.
why can't you just do this a month earlier?
Do it a month.
A month earlier?
Yeah,
Well, we're certainly going to try to put out the RFP as soon as possible. We are.
let me be clear.
Draft.
Let me be clear. If you're not going to put this in place until next fiscal year, this is going to be a deficiency again this fiscal year.
So Chairman Mendelson, we understand what you're saying. It's going to be in place. We're going to award the contract before the end of the fiscal year and begin the process, which we have
Okay.
with the auditors and in our response. We indicated that the contract will be in place in FY22. The work will be started in FY22. And if you noted, the auditors themselves, when they commented on the status of the finding, they agreed that we need to get the contract in place by FY22 and the finding will be removed.
And in terms of noting this as a deficiency in fiscal year 2022, I believe that you'll have a notation in that fiscal year 2022 that will say that they've made substantial movement forward in establishing an RFP award with a tracking system and bringing on an internal investment funds attorney that is actually will be our first internal investment funds attorney in the history of DCRB to actually monitor these agreements and make sure and assure when reviewing them with accounting and staff and procurement that we are being charged fees as they come in accordance and pursuant to the terms and conditions of the agreement. Until now, I can only tell you that those are the two remedies that I've come up with the team here since I've arrived. And if your concern is, Mr. Chairman Mendelson, that we might still have this statement as a noted deficiency in 2022, let's assure that though it will not be something that'll end up being creating any material adverse impact on the overall financials of DC, which it won't.
Well, I'm not convinced. So your own statement says commencing FY23. And what you're telling me is that you'll have all of this all geared up and ready to go on October 1st, 2022. And that's good enough, but that wasn't good enough in terms of the manual for the written manual for financial reporting. You said you had that already on September 30th, but the auditor still made it a finding, a significant deficiency, because it wasn't in place in 22. So the manual you had in 22, in 21, and you got a deficiency because you didn't put it in place until 22. Now you're telling me, though, that the investment fees you'll have ready at the end of this fiscal year won't start until next year, but somehow it won't be a deficiency.
No, I never said it won't be a deficiency. I said,
well, I don't want a deficiency. This whole conversation is
I understand you don't want a deficiency.
3 years. I want these deficiencies gone. And you told me, and if I sound angry about it, I'm angry about it because A, we've been screwing around on this for the last 10, 15 minutes. And B, because for 3 years, I was told everything was okay. And this year in February 1st, when we had our hearing, I was told that the district government may get a material weakness next year on our ACFR because you guys have these deficiencies. These deficiencies need to be resolved this fiscal year, not starting October 1st for next fiscal year. That's all. So that's why can't you move this up a month?
Chairman Mendelson, I understand what you're saying. But I'm going to be realistic and I'm not going to fib to you about what we can or cannot do. Now, if I can get an RFP award and have them starting before September 30th, I certainly won't try and do that. But I'm not going to make a promise that I'm not sure I can deliver to you and deliver to you right now. Now, as time goes on, as I've certainly been hurry up offensing, however, I don't want the hurry up offense of the stated word deficiency to rule my day of being thoughtful and operating the DCRB in a thoughtful manner to give the information and provide the information that our auditors need in the forthcoming years. So I'm certainly going to adhere to your request and demand of, I don't want those deficiencies. I don't want them either, Chairman Mendelson. But I'm not going to sit here and make a promise to you yet, because I can't thoughtfully or professionally make that promise to you that the RFP award will happen and get kicked off before September 30th. Now, I've been saying all along, and we have said all along in our audited time with the auditors, and also in this Q&A that we provided to you, that is something we are going to be implementing in 2023. I've never said that I was going to implement it in 2022. I certainly am going to try, but I aim to underpromise and overdeliver. But I will not make the promise today that I might not be able to keep.
Well, understand, you haven't been here for 3 years, but the retirement board has. And for 3 years, everything was peachy and rosy and wonderful. And it's now threatening the audit for this district government as a whole. So
when you say threaten, what do you mean by threaten, Chairman?
I already said what I meant threaten. We were told unequivocally that if these deficiencies are still with the retirement board next year, it may show up on the district's ACFR.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's material, but I'm not sure.
Fine, take a gamble on it. I'm not. Take a gamble on it if you want. I am not. So you have known since you've actually known for 3 years. You may not have been at the retirement board for 3 years, so you've known since last fall of this deficiency. And yet you're telling me that it may be another 5 months before your RFP hits the street.
No, I'm not saying.
You said by the end of third quarter.
I said for it to be award, we're looking to have it awarded before the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, the solicitation would be out on the street by the end of the third quarter. That's June 30th. That's 5 months from now.
Correct.
And then you hope to award it by the end of the fiscal year, which is what, 8 months from now. And I don't know why you can't do that a little bit faster.
I said beginning of the third quarter, Chairman Mendelson.
We said that the solicitation will be issued by the
Beginning of the third quarter,
not the end of the third quarter.
the beginning of the third quarter.
So that would be April 1st.
Correct.
And so then it will take you possibly 5 months before you can have the contract awarded?
We'll try to get it as soon as possible. I'm not going to make a promise. We have to go through the procurement process and the RFP process in the ordinary course of business. And if it renders something that is in accordance with my team's requirements and scope of work, and it's the right awardee, then we'll award it sooner than later.
How can I disagree with any of that? But when I put it in terms of 5 months to award this contract, that's an awfully long time. The contract can be awarded. You can have 30 days, it closes, you issue it April 1st, you close it May 1st, you do your evaluation, you can award it June 1st, maybe July 1st. They're on board. If they're on board.
How about this, Chairman Mendelson, I aim to underpromise and overdeliver, and I will keep you personally posted on that award. How's that?
Okay.
Guys?
Okay. And it might be worth you talking to, I guess, the Inspector General, because he oversees the ACFR, to get a sense from him, or maybe just talk to your auditors and get a sense from them whether these steps with the investment fees, the manual you said you've already implemented, the balance adjustments, whether by the end of by the end of April, get a sense from them whether in fact it looks like these deficiencies will be removed.
Chairman Mendelson, we had the discussion already with both sets of auditors, our auditors, the district auditors, as well as with the Inspector General's team. So they're aware of the steps forward. We provided written responses to where we are and the steps we are taking. And they all agree that we had the right roadmap and that these steps would in fact fully remediate these three conditions on this finding. So we did not do this in the bubble. We had this, we let everyone know what we were doing, because to your point, these issues have been around for 3 years. We may not have been here. However, it is a matter that has to be resolved for the good of the agency and the good of the district. So we've committed to doing that.
I was on some of these calls with OIG, Chairman Mendelson, and I respect OIG's auditors and OIG and their thought process in saying why they couldn't take out the deficiency. The good news, it was a matter of timing and not a matter of substance. So I'm very, I feel very confident professionally and thoughtfully that these will be remediated. Whether the word deficiency gets taken off because an RFP is not timely awarded and enacted upon or effective is something I'm not going to control, but I am thoughtfully going to tell you that I will do my best to get there. Otherwise, I think that we're on the right track, and both from an organization, financially and operationally, in making sure that we're fully transparent with what we are able to do and what our weaknesses are in fixing them.
I'm not going to revisit everything I've just said. I think I've been clear. Let me move on. I have some questions for you about agency leadership. What do you mean? So I'm looking at some of the answers, questions 3 through 7. What do you mean when you say that the chief operating officer status is TBD?
Okay, well, when first of all, right now from a bottoms up approach, as I explained, I've been evaluating what positions are necessary. And as of right now, I don't believe that a COO is necessary given the depth of the personnel that I have. And I will not expend capital where I don't think it's a valuable effort on our behalf. I'd rather improve on the areas and utilize our monies to put together a personnel infrastructure that is necessary and that effectively helps us with our day-to-day cross-functional operation.
Okay. DCR, how has DCRB gone for over 2 years without a director of internal audit, given the negative audit findings you've faced over the past several years? Also, is the director of risk investment and compliance under the director of internal audit? If so, how has her being on leave since November 2021 affected audit functions? So there are two positions in this question. One is director of internal audit. How quickly will that be filled? And the director of risk investment being on leave.
Okay. Let me first and foremost explain the difference between the two different positions. The investment and risk compliance manager fits under the investments team. The investment risk compliance manager focuses on operational due diligence of reviewing with the investment team, senior analysts and CIO, different investment managers as it relates to and the oncoming legal team will focus on the investment review of terms and conditions, principles, and whether their backgrounds have been compliant in the investment management field, as well as all aspects of risks to be mitigated in the investment review process when making decision to re-up a current investment manager or invest in a new investment manager. As it relates to the director of internal audit, the director of the internal audit director is going to be hired in the next quarter, 4 to 5 months. We'll be hopefully sending out a PD description that is in line with what I consider is of importance in for DCRB in terms of establishing processes and protocols that relate to compliance across all functions, processes in place for reporting, and duties of disclosure and reporting upstream in processes that require approval from our fiduciaries, the trustees. And the internal audit director will pretty much take an internal audit and compliance review of all departments pursuant to these newly created processes and protocols that we work with Funston Advisory Services on, that will start in May, to establish for our departments and how they work together in unison on different processes as well. Hope that answers your question.
It may, and I see on the org chart, they're very different places.
Yes.
So your testimony is that the director of internal audit will be, your plan is to have whatever it's called, it's not an RFP.
PD, position description out in the forthcoming fortnight.
And to have somebody on board by July 1st.
That is the goal.
And I said July 1st because you said, I think, 4 or 5 months.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ms. Woods is on administrative leave at her own request.
I am only at liberty to discuss that Ms. Woods is on paid administrative leave pursuant to an internal process and investigation that's ongoing with independent counsel. And I'm not at liberty to speak more about that right now.
Okay, but the written answers say granted at request of employee.
Correct. Correct. DCHR was requested such, and we provided the paid administrative leave while we're on an ongoing independent counsel investigation.
The other person who is on administrative leave with pay is your general counsel. And I noted that in your answer to question 3, we asked for senior positions. You list her position as filled. So I ask, is she there or isn't she? Because she isn't. So how can she be there?
Let's also understand that the subject person is currently on paid administrative leave, but the GC's role is currently filled pursuant to further investigation by the independent counsel. So she does occupy currently the full-time employee position because we always give everyone due process pursuant to an investigation.
Who's the independent counsel? Is that somebody in your office or HR or who?
Now, independent counsel is a hired outside legal counsel.
With regard to the general counsel, is she a member of the legal services for HR purposes or some other classification? And I ask because if a member of legal services, how is the position eligible for AIA increases?
I will have my HR person explain about the AIA increases because I wasn't here at the time and he can give you more information on that.
That would be Mr. Valentine.
Hello, I appear to be sideways in my video. I apologize for that. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Council. This is Vernon Valentine speaking. Again, not quite sure why I appear to be sideways. At any rate, with respect to AIA, Chair Mendelson, 2 executive directors ago, Mr. Eric Stanchfield granted AIA, which is additional income allowance, to 2 individuals. First, to Sheila Morgan Johnson, who at the time served as CIO, and later to General Counsel Erie Sampson. The granting of the AIA based on district policy, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me, basically says to be granted under the personnel authority for positions deemed to be either hard to fill or to retain. I believe the AIA for the previous executive director goes back to, I'm going to guess maybe 2000, early 2000s, 2010 or something like that. I don't have it in front of me. And maybe a few years later, General Counsel was granted that again by the executive director, Mr. Stanchfield. And that was the basis. It was at the time viewed to be those two spots qualified under the AIA. And of course, subject to the provisions of the AIA, which basically say it's a 2-year contract maximum. And should the person leave during that contract, the amount has to be repaid to the agency. So that's the AIA piece. I believe your other question was about General Counsel's status in terms of service designation. She, from the beginning of her hire into DCRB in 2008, came in under career service. I can't begin to give you the history of the whys and wherefores, but she was brought in 2008, career service. And that's the status that she currently is under. She does not, and therefore she's not in the, that position is not in the legal service at this time. I will say that we've had discussions about this internally, and going forward, we've vetted and cleared that the attorneys that we do bring in will designate them under the legal service.
Which is the appropriate way to designate them in accordance with HR rules and my conferring with HR department.
So, Mr. Valentine, you said that the AIA comes with a 2-year contract, and if the person leaves, then they have to repay it.
If they leave prior, the 2-year limit, I believe I think that's the maximum. I can pull up the contract and be happy to send it to you afterward, but I believe it says 2 years is a maximum amount. It can be shorter, but I do know that one of the key provisions is as a retention tool, should the person during their time under an AIA contract leave, they need to repay the amounts that have been provided under the AIA.
So did Ms. Morgan Johnson repay when she left?
She had a shortened AIA, which ended soon or just before her departure in March of 2021.
So she had a 2-year contract in 18-19 and then a 1-year contract in 20?
I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but I can tell you, Chair Mendelson, that her AIA, which has been in place for, again, several years, was extended. And when it expired, it was re-upped, reviewed by the authority. When she was not the executive director, it was by Eric Stanchfield. When she became the executive director, it would be reviewed by the board, and she was approved for continuance under that AIA. The last piece of her AIA, it was a shortened contract. I don't have the dates in front of me, but I would be happy to provide those.
Well, she received $34,570 in 2020. I assume that's a fiscal year. $33,000 in 2019 and almost $34,000 in 2018.
Okay.
I don't have data in front of me before that. That's to me that she, because you said up to 2 years and then a shortened contract, that says to me she had a 2-year contract and then a 1-year contract.
That sounds correct. Again, I have to validate the data, and I will do so very soon after we have this meeting. I don't have the exact dates, but I can give you a timeline of what those AIA dates and extension points are. And if you would like copies of the contract.
Yeah, I think I'd like at least the last contract so I'd see what it looks like.
Certainly.
So why was I told last year that Ms. Morgan Johnson's remuneration was around $236,000 when in fact in 2020 she was paid $604,000?
Two things, Chair Mendelson. I think the latter number you quoted was a payout from a contract-based, I believe it's a 457F plan that had been also in the contract of the previous ED. It was a retirement component of the executive director's contract for both previous EDs. In the last payout, that amount of funds went through OPRS. And so what is being commingled is the compensation that you're talking about and retirement funds based on my understanding of the payouts.
Well, it's not retirement funds like I have a, what do I have, a 457?
457 is your what you put into.
I have a 457A.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, the 457B, I believe, no?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, I don't know about the retirement board, but district government employees have a
401A,
Oh.
457B.
a 401A and then a 457B for the council employees.
Correct.
Firefighters, police, and teachers, as you all well know, have a pension plan. But I am completely unaware of any employee of the district government having a deferred compensation plan.
So not a tax expert, Chair Mendelson, but I can tell you that this, the 457F as in Frank, is a plan unique in the contract of the previous executive director. No other DCRB employee has it. It was subject to negotiation between the board and the executive director, actually the two previous executive directors. So this 457F, again, as in Frank, is obviously it's a qualified retirement plan. If just to stay general and not get over my depth here, but that's the basics of the plan. And again, it was a component of the previous contracts of the two prior executive directors.
And was the retirement board or system putting money in an account for this, or was this a one-time payment?
It's a one-time payment. And again, I don't want to misspeak and give you incorrect information. It's the two things I would say about this plan: one-time payment and contingent upon the completion, the full completion of the contract term of the executive director. In both cases, at least in the most recent case, it's a 3-year contract. So in other words, if the person had left prior to a 3-year stint, there would be no payout. That's my understanding. And again, I don't want to speak out of turn here, out of school, but if you'd like me to send you a copy of the contract, I will do that.
Please. Now, this isn't, I don't think this is your fault, but last year, I know that I asked what the compensation was, and I'm sitting here feeling like I was lied to.
So I'm looking at the questions, Chair Mendelson, from last year. I know they're similar from year to year. I think it's a matter of the interpretation, obviously. When we receive the questions in terms of compensation, we think of direct pay, not in terms of retirement, monies coming through a retirement plan. And that would be the simple basic answer to the difference between what we reported and what came out by virtue of the individual completing their contract term.
Yeah, well, let me just, and I don't know if I'm saying this for your benefit or Mr. Balaskiri's benefit or whose benefit, but the council chairman, and I dare say probably any council member who chairs a committee, doesn't want to be guilty of not knowing the right question to ask. I went through a big fight with my colleagues. I'll emphasize fight, maybe even big, over trying to increase what the salary was for or to allow flexibility to the board to increase the salary for the executive director. I was quite familiar, I thought, with what the executive director was getting paid, which I assure you was not even close to $604,040.99. So I'm not happy about that. So in any event, there is no one else current who has a 457F plan.
That's correct.
Give me just a second, please.
Sure.
Yeah, I do have a couple other personnel-related questions. According to your responses, Ms. Morgan Johnson had a contract with DCRB, which included a 457F deferred compensation program. What provision of law allowed for a contract with the former executive director?
I'm sorry, sir, repeat the question.
What provision of law allowed for a contract with the former executive director?
I have to say, I cannot speak to that. I don't have a legal background to answer that.
Not to put you on the spot, Mr. Blanchard, do you know?
I do not. The board has, but we could certainly ask our boards, ask the agency's general counsel to speak to that. I don't believe she's on the panel today.
I think that,
But, excuse me, but the board has had a practice that goes back to when we tried to find a replacement for, gosh, Connie Donovan. And that was Eric Stanchfield, where the board had a committee of people who actively looked for an executive director and negotiated a contract with Mr. Stanchfield at the time. I wasn't involved in that, but I'm fairly sure that any contract for the executive director was reviewed by our general counsel's office to ensure that it was legally sufficient. And on your point about not knowing, I didn't know it either last year. It certainly wasn't when we asked for the increase in the executive director's pay. We were thinking, I think, just of the direct pay and not some associated benefits like a retirement plan. So we weren't trying to hide anything from you. And I apologize if that information wasn't provided at that time. I wasn't aware of it either.
Well, just so you know, Ms. Morgan Johnson's base salary was $236,531.61. That's what she was actually paid.
Right.
Base salary. She received on top of that a $23,521 bonus. She received on top of that a $34,570.64 administrative allowance. And then she received on top of that $309,417.74 deferred compensation for a total of $604,040.99.
And I think that last figure, the $300,000 figure, was deferred for some reason for a period of 3 years. So it might have been that retirement account, let's call it a retirement account, might have been $100,000 a year that would be paid when she retired. So it's misleading to have it show up as a big number because it was supposed to be a smaller number over a series of years.
It was still my understanding that she was paid $236,000.
Right. That's her base salary.
236 plus bonus plus administrative allowance.
Yeah.
In 2018, she got paid $233,759.96 plus $22,389 plus $33,858.54 for a total of $290,007.50.
If I may interject, first and foremost, I knew that for employment agreements for EDs prior to me, that was negotiated by our own general counsel up until my contract. I know that the trustees used an outside counsel to negotiate my contract. And I will tell you that my contract does not have any of these provisions, including the allowances, nor any deferred compensation. It's very simple, base pay plus percentage bonus, and that's it. But
Say that again, repeat that last part.
Before, Chairman Mendelson, that the contract prior to me for ED was negotiated by the general counsel at the time.
Mr. Balistreri, I didn't hear completely one sentence. You said you don't have deferred compensation, you don't have an administrative allowance?
Correct.
You just have a straight salary?
I have a straight salary plus a discretionary bonus that the trustees can provide to me at the end of each fiscal year, and health benefits, etc.
Benefits, you said like health benefits.
Correct, sir.
What's the bonus? The discretionary bonus?
Up to 10%.
Hey, Mendelson, if I might, just a couple of points I want to circle back on.
Please.
I'm looking at last year's written testimony answers to the questions. 5A asks us to list the salaries at 125K and over. We did list Sheila Morgan Johnson at 270, 496, with a footnote indicating that the base was 235 and included AIA. So just want to clear that piece up. With respect to 10%, that's the maximum bonus amount allowed under district policy. And I also want to add, I think I'd be remiss if I did not say, after each of the 3 years that the previous executive director completed a year, she ran from March of 17 through March and beyond March of 2020. So from 17 to 18, 18 to 19, and 19 to 20, there was, I would like to say, a fairly comprehensive performance feedback, which we documented and the trustees participated in, and resulted in the decision by the board to award the 10% bonus. So it wasn't just, I just want to be clear, it wasn't just like, here's your max bonus. There was a feedback collection process, there was input, there was closed meeting, there was a number of things that went into it. And as our current executive director just mentioned, it is tied to results following a year of service. Our current executive director will go through the same process or a similar one, and the board will make a determination based on whatever they deem to be appropriate for his rewards for his year.
Thank you.
Right, so there's Chairman Mendelson, there is an annual review that's done by the board before awarding any that 10% or lesser amount, depending on performance and whether they meet certain goals or not.
Let me just see if I have any other questions on this line. Hold on a second. Give me a second while I'm looking for something. Mr. Balster. So, given the concern that we were discussing earlier with regard to the three significant deficiencies,
Yep.
They have been chronic for 3 years. I would think that the board or the executive director would want to do everything possible to thoroughly look at accounts and ensure that there's no issue. I might add as well, in the context that there's been the federal subpoenas for documents. So my next question is this. In September 2020, the board approved an RFP identifying 43 balance sheet accounts to be analyzed. Ultimately, a firm named Crow LLP was retained. But then a decision was made that only 8 balance sheet accounts would be analyzed. I find that concerning because even if there's every reason to believe that the difference between 43 and 8, which I believe is 35, that there was no irregularity, why not completely check this? There was reference to a forensic audit, but it seems to me that narrowing the field or scope from 43 to 8 is not a forensic audit, but a selective audit.
So Chairman Mendelson, in response to your question, Crow is the firm that was engaged to do specifically what you mentioned, the forensic audit. What we did when Crow started, initially the scope was meant to be 10 years to do a deep dive. We didn't have access to records for the first 5 years. So they looked at the records of our current custodian, Northern Trust. They did a deep dive and reconciliation to those accounts. And what they found was that there were no material variances and there was no financial impact. So based on that, from a cost benefit perspective, and it was in conjunction and discussion with members of the finance team, as well as Crow themselves, they felt that the utility of continuing to take a deep dive when they found nothing from the procedures they provided, and in the responses, I refer to task number, I believe it's 3 and 5, where they summarize that. And so what they did from there was say, look, if we continue doing this, the cost benefit is not going to be there given the other things that we required them to do. So then they took a deep dive and looked at all the accounts with abnormal or unusual balances. And of all the accounts that they looked at, including the 43 you mentioned, they identified, I believe, 8. And then they came up with a restoration process for us to make those accounts have the correct balances or zero out the balances or handle them appropriately. So it wasn't that there was a simple change in scope without any work being done. They did the first step, which was the biggest step, which was the one that initiated the project, because there was a concern about there being variances from the beginning of the time where the fund had its own statements. And when they looked into that, there were no variances that were material or had any financial impact. So
Well,
because-
my notes here say Crow LLP noted that DCRB management determined which accounts to review, as well as the materiality of any account adjustments.
No, Crow reviewed all of them. The 8 that were mentioned were the ones because materiality was high. The number itself, materiality is normally 5 to 10% of assets. We did not use that number, given that we're a $10 billion fund. Pretty much all the variances that they found would be below that number. So we got rid of materiality and said that anything with abnormal balances, let's address it. So those 8 accounts were the ones which had the abnormal balances.
I apologize that I only got a chance to look at documents last night, and so I haven't read the final report. It says Task 8, Forensic Accounting Services Final Report. Do they state in there the process by which they went from 40?
The summary report, yes, they do. The summary report, I believe there's 7 tasks that we had them do, and there's a detailed discussion or summary about each task that they did, how it relates to the engagement and how it related to that overall concern of there being variances. As part of the engagement as well, we had them identify any operational gaps that they saw. And so the final spreadsheet that they have is a recommendation of things that we can do to improve financial operations.
So, but my question is this decision to go from 43 to 8, does Crow discuss that in writing? And you said yes?
Yes, they do. I believe they do.
Now, do they discuss it in this report entitled Task 8? Forensic Accounting Services Final Report?
Yes, it's discussed in the financial report where the process changes. It's sequential tasks. So task 8 so each task by itself build onto the next task. So as I said, when they started the review and the risk of the variance was there and the reconciliation that was needed to do a deep dive for each, when they completed that first initial step, that risk was mitigated because they did not find the assumed or expected variance. So based on that, it didn't make sense to continue to go and take a deeper dive to each and every account because there was no variance found when they did the first true.
Can you point me to where in this report they discuss this?
I believe I may have mentioned it as task. I believe if you go to task 5, I think it's 43. Question 43, which is pages 7 and 8 of the Crow report.
So I'm concerned I might not have the same document you do.
If you look at question 43,
Oh, that's of your answers to me.
yes, I cut and paste the section in there.
Give me a second here. But which report did you cut and paste from?
That is the Crow summary report. I believe it is attachment number 5. Sorry, number 6.
Well, this is the cover page to attachment number 6.
Correct. That's the right one.
Okay, and you cut and pasted from that.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to repeat what I read a minute ago. Crow LLP noted that DCRB management determined which accounts to review as well as the materiality of any account adjustments. And you're saying that that's not correct, that Crow determined.
Crow, if you note what the scope of the steps they did for that task 5, they did a reconciliation of all the accounts. And then the 8 that were identified were the ones that needed restoration. So we agreed with them that those 8 needed correction.
During the previous executive director's tenure, a shift was made to enter into memorandums of understanding with district agencies to provide support for services like IT, human resources, and procurement. According to your pre-hearing responses, you have not renewed those agreements. Is this a shift back to the agency being self-reliant for these services?
Well, certainly we are heading towards being self-reliant with the establishment of our new procurement department. So we are definitely looking for our own independence in terms of how we contract out. But as it relates to IT, for instance, we are fully working with Octo, for instance, and just signed recently a new MOU for further services over the next following year. I believe that in the past, before I came, we had done the IT on our own and had quite a large bill to pay for it. And we have since realized, and when I came in, championed working, at least from my point of view, with Octo on the IT side of things. So it's not a per se movement in one direction or another. It's what makes best sense for DCRB in managing its costs, as well as procuring services that make sense and that are efficient for the running of the agency.
I had asked about IT, procurement, human resources. You spoke to procurement and IT, and I see what, do you have an MOU with DCHR?
Yes, we do. In question 16, it's responded to. Oh, we do. Yes, we do.
It actually says pending in question 16.
And it's
I'm sorry, I'm unmuting myself. It is pending, Chair Mendelson, about 2 weeks ago. We sent our revised draft. We actually would be entering our 3rd year of support from DCHR. And pending is correct for the time we issued the report. The services that they have provided to us have been help with training when we identify training needs, assistance with DPM, policy interpretation, and that sort of thing. They have a standard template, an array of services. We also, just in terms of the support we get from the district, we also rely on them for the suitability background check services. We do stand alone beyond that, but to our executive director's point just now, we do rely also on what can be provided to us cost effectively so that we can serve at a smaller scale. I hope that helps.
Yeah, so it does help, and I thank you. Can you give me, Mr. Balstrary, can you give me any more information about your understanding with the Department of Justice that neither the board nor any current employee is under investigation?
I can only explain to you that currently pursuant to the subpoena process, there are currently no DCRB employees, and DCRB is also not a subject or target of the investigation.
Did you say no DCRB employees or no current DCRB employees?
No current DCRB employees, and DCRB itself is not a target of the investigation. We've only are subject of a subpoena whereby we are required to provide information and documents pertaining to a third-party investigation.
Have there been,
As much as we can provide pursuant to our privileged legal requirements.
have there been more than 3 subpoenas?
Not to my knowledge, not to date.
Have you fully complied with the 3 subpoenas?
We have fully complied with the first 2 subpoenas, and we are fully complying with the 3rd subpoena and in process of providing more information as requested pursuant to the 3rd subpoena.
So you're fully complying to the 3rd, but it's still in process, so to speak.
To date, we have been compliant, and we are still in process with the 3rd subpoena as we await requests.
There is outside counsel. I think it's Jones Day. Are they representing the board, or are they representing the agency?
Groom Law Group is representing DCRB in responding to the subpoena requests.
You said Groom Law Group?
Groom Law Group is representing DCRB in responding to the subpoena requests.
Just a second. Does the board have separate counsel?
The board's counsel, DCRB and the board's counsel is Groom Law Group on responding to the subpoena requests.
What about the whistleblower suit that's pending? Do you have outside counsel?
We do have outside counsel.
And who's that?
The outside counsel is Jones Day.
And who are they representing?
They are representing DCRB and our trustees.
Give me a second. Since we approve your budget, and I don't think that either of these matters were contemplated last year when we approved your budget, how are these firms being paid?
These firms are being paid pursuant to our budget for legal work for fiscal year 2022. And we do have contingencies in place. We're also have procured them pursuant to our abilities to procure and rules for procurement.
Now, the next question, I'm not judging whether the board is liable, but if the whistleblower suit were to be judged against the board, how would any settlement be paid? Would it be, or judgment be paid? Would it be paid out of the district settlements and judgments or out of the funds of the board?
It would be paid out of the coffers of the board.
And do you know what the next point or moment in the schedule on the whistleblower suit is?
I do.
You want to share?
I'm not at liberty to share much more than we're in the process of responding.
Well, I mean, has a trial date been set or a briefing schedule or a motion for summary judgment? I don't think those are confidential.
They are, because any kind of motion is part of a litigation strategy, and I'm not at liberty to speak on any pending litigation.
Oh, but I'm not asking you about strategy. I'm asking about what is. So if a motion has been filed, that's a matter of public record. So you can surely tell me.
I can tell you that a motion will be filed soon. I'm not going to tell you what kind of motion.
They might be pursuing a settlement or something.
There are various types of motions which have different types of consequences or requirements.
No, I understand that, but that's not really what I'm getting at. Like the court, I believe that the complaint was served. The court may have set up a status hearing. The court may have set a schedule for summary judgment. I'm looking for what has happened.
Very simple, actually. We have a complaint filed against us, and we are in due course in the forthcoming couple of weeks to respond with our response.
Okay, that tells me what I want to know.
That's what I said.
I always ask about divestment from fossil fuel companies, the 200, whatever that list is. Can you tell me what the status is today of the board's investments?
Certainly can. My colleague Patrick Sam, the CIO, will give you a sense of where we stand with fossil fuels.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. This is Patrick Sam, the CIO for the DC Retirement Board. I'm happy to report that as of the end of the fiscal year, we did not have any exposure to the companies on that list in the accounts that we have control over. So those are the separately managed accounts.
So there might be some investment funds where there's some investment in those companies.
Correct.
And do you have any sense of what that exposure is?
I don't have that, but we can find out.
Would you please?
Sure.
We'll get back to you on that.
And since I think, Mr. Balesturi, this may be your first hearing with me, I'll just say that I asked the question in part because there still is a campaign to legislate how you can invest your funds. And if I can say what the exposure is in fossil fuels, I think that's a strong response to leaving the board alone in this regard. leaving you guys alone in this regard. So that's why I asked. So with regard to direct investments, the exposure was 0 as of September 30th. And with regard to mutual funds, you'll get back to me.
Right.
Would it be possible to ask if there's any exposure as of December 31st?
Yes, we can do it as of December 31.
Okay. And you touched on this, Mr. Balsteri, but can you go over again with regard to diversity in fund managers? Because there's also been, a bill is pending that would set forth requirements for the board with regard to diverse fund managers, emerging fund managers. We adopted a change in the law a year ago, which I think was a reporting requirement. So if you could just tell me a bit more about where your, I guess I'll say, portfolio is with regard to emerging managers and diverse managers.
I will let Patrick Sam talk to you about where our portfolio is, but I do want to respond as well on the approach to legislation as well. So Patrick, if you want to talk about the exposure to diverse managers, please go ahead.
Cool, thank you. So we've made a lot of progress here over the last 18 months. So that's the fiscal year and then the 6 months since then. The board has approved investments with 5 new investment managers that are either women or minority owned, majority women or minority owned. We've invested 500 million in total in those 5 groups. That is about 5% of the total assets that the retirement board manages. If you look at all of the investments that we made over that period, that's about 1/3 of the new investments that has gone to such groups. Again, majority women or minority owned investment managers. It's also important to note that the other groups we invested in had substantial diversity. It just didn't reach the 50% level, the majority owned level. When you look at the portfolio sort of overall, not just what we did in the last 18 months, but where we are today, my estimate is that our exposure to majority women or minority owned groups is probably roughly 10% in terms of invested and committed capital, which doesn't sound like much, but when you look at the industry statistics, you are very well aware, I'm sure, that less than 2% of the investment management firms are diverse firms today. So the industry has not done a very good job at all in that regard. And we are multiples of where the industry is today, which I think is goes to the credit of how much attention the board has paid to this. And at the same time, there's more we can do. So it's a topic in every investment committee meeting. Every investment that we propose to the board, there are questions about diversity of the teams, and we have to defend our investments in that regard.
You said your estimate is roughly 10% of, did you say committed?
Overall assets in terms of what's currently invested and also what's committed. With some of our private investments, how they work is the board commits, let's say 100 million to a private markets fund, and then that capital is drawn down over a 3-year period. It's not invested on the day that we make a decision to invest.
All right, so I'm a little confused with X also because I don't know this as well as you do. So that would be 10, the total assets are like 10 or $11 billion. You don't need % of that amount, do you?
I'm sorry?
You don't mean 10% of that amount, do you?
Yeah, I do.
I think it's important to clarify, Patrick, that of the investments we do make directly in our private investment process, what percentage of the investments we directly make, and the difference there versus the whole portfolio of over 10, 11 billion. So of what we're capable and of controlling in our investments, you just stated that we had 500 million contributed, a majority, a minority, or women owned. What percentage of that under our control have we reasonably invested?
The 500 million that the board has approved for investments with such firms, that was over the last 18 months. I think, JP, what you're referring to is that we have a large part of our portfolio that's invested in index funds. I would say it's about 60% or so of the total portfolio invested in index funds. And those index funds are managed by large financial institutions, which are publicly traded, owned by thousands of shareholders. So we don't have ownership data for those. Those are the likes of, a BlackRock or Northern Trust, State Street Bank. So we don't have, control over sort of the diversity profile. We don't even know what the diversity profile looks like. But if you look at the actively managed managers in public markets, 20% of those firms are majority women or minority owned. Once we fully fund the latest edition, of which the board approved in January. So we're currently underway in investing in a new manager.
This is helpful. Let me just see if I have any other questions. Hold on a moment. Thank you, Mr. Som. I don't have any other questions for any of you. Mr. Balistrieri, thank you. I hope somebody took notes on things you'll be getting back to us with.
Definitely. If he didn't, I did. I wanted to just say, Chairman Mendelson, the board is just as concerned about not having any deficiencies in the next CAFR either. So we will be keeping Mr. Balistrieri's feet to the fire about reaching those goals that he outlined in your earlier questions.
And that shouldn't be a problem, Chairman Mendelson, because my feet have been on the fire since I got here. So it wouldn't change. But I will tell you that I take the deficiencies, compliance, transparency very seriously. It's the way I've been trained as a professional. And again, I look to underpromise and overdeliver. That's why I'm not going to make unthoughtful promises to you. But I certainly am going to do everything in my ability with my team to support getting those deficiencies over the goal line. Not for you, but for us. I really appreciate you taking the time, and I really appreciate you taking the detailed time to go through our agency very thoroughly. So thanks for the great meeting.
All right, thank you. So you are excused. All of you are excused, and I thank you again. And I'm going to turn to the last agency here. And the last agency is the OPEB administration. So if Carmen Pigler could come forward.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Carmen Pigler, Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to testify on the fiscal year 2021 performance of the Other Post-Employment Benefits Fund referred to hereafter as the trust fund or the plan. The trust fund's assets pay health and life insurance benefits for participants and the administrative expenses associated with the plan. The trust fund is administered by the Office of Finance and Treasury pursuant to the annuitant's health and life insurance employer contribution plan document. District of Columbia legislation established the Other Post-Employment Advisory Committee comprised of independent subject matter experts. They provide an additional level of oversight on important issues that can impact the performance and value of the trust fund, including actuarial assumptions, investment objectives, and best practices. The advisory committee meets annually. The last meeting was yesterday, February 24th. OFT provided the advisory committee with a performance overview of the trust fund and shared additional information comparable to this testimony.
Before you go further, because I'm probably going to interrupt you since you're the last witness and it's just the two of us. If the advisory committee is meeting only annually, do you have any challenges with attendance?
We have not. I think it may work to our advantage that we don't have, monthly meetings, which could be taxing, but we do provide the committee with information in the interim. So they aren't just communicating with us once a year. We do provide them with information on the plan.
Okay, and the district's representative was there yesterday? I mean, the council's representative was there yesterday?
I
think it's Ms. Bloom.
I'm pretty sure she was. I'm trying to look at the attendees. I don't remember. No, she was not.
Okay. You can continue.
As of September 30th, 2021, the trust fund was valued at just over $2 billion with 2,800 participants. By comparison, the plan was valued at $1.64 billion with 2,500 participants at the end of fiscal year 2020. Performance for fiscal year 2021 was led by strong returns in the equity markets. The trust fund rose 22.03% versus the aggregate benchmark target of 19.96%. Performance for the year, net of fees, was 21.75%. By comparison, the trust fund had a rate of return of 7.03% and 1.7% in fiscal years 2020 and 2019, respectively. For the 5-year period ending September 30th, 2021, the trust fund had a return of 9.53%. The rate of return since inception is 8.14%, above the target actuarial rate of return of 6.5%. In fiscal year 2021, the trust fund generated net investment income of $356 million. The district's annual contribution to the fund was $53.6 million for fiscal year 2021, compared to $47.3 million in fiscal year 2020. The annual contribution budgeted for fiscal year 2022 is $53 million. OFT has made considerable effort over the past few years to monitor the trust fund's investments and actuarial assumptions to ensure funding at a level that will fulfill the district's portion of annuitants' health and life insurance needs. An actuarial analysis of the plan's assets and liabilities is performed annually to determine the funding status of the plan. The plan had a funding ratio of 118.3% for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021. A plan's funding ratio is the ratio of the value of plan assets to the actuarial accrued liability. A plan is considered fully funded when it has a funding ratio between 90 and 120%. At a ratio of 118%, the trust fund is considered fully funded. Although the district's plan is well funded, we continue to review the trust fund's programs to ensure that it not only meets best practices, but exceeds them. This is consistent with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer's continuous improvement values. During fiscal year 2020, OFT issued a request for proposal for investment management services under a co-fiduciary outsourced chief investment officer model. The contract was awarded to Aon Investments in fiscal year 2021. Aon is in the process of onboarding as outsourced CIO. This management model will allow the plan to invest more dynamically and nimbly within the parameters of the investment policy and achieve higher returns while lowering the trust fund's risk profile. OFT and Aon are working together to update the investment policy to incorporate the recommended asset allocation and diversify investment managers. Some of the recommended asset category changes include infrastructure, fixed income, and real estate. We will continue to work with the Department of Human Resources, the Advisory Committee, Aon, and the actuary to ensure that we have the most appropriate asset allocation model for the trust fund. On April 1st, 2021, OFT completed and delivered the trust fund's fiscal year 2020 annual report to the mayor and the council. The annual report included fiscal year 2020 audited financial statements, plan performance, and actuarial assumptions. OFT is currently working to produce the fiscal year 2021 annual report. In conjunction with the district's annual comprehensive financial report, the plan's fiscal year 2021 financial statements were completed and given a clean audit opinion by the ACFR auditors, McConnell and Jones. In summary, the trust fund is in excellent shape. Our goals are to continue to oversee a well-funded plan, achieve higher risk-adjusted returns, and ensure that the trust fund is managed using best practices. This concludes my remarks. I would be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Pigler. I do have a few questions. The first is the fiscal year 2021 annual report. When will we receive that?
You will receive it by March 1st of this year.
Great. And I kind of asked this earlier. I
Or
didn't-
I said March 1st. I actually meant April 1st.
Oh, that's not so great.
It is very close to being finalized, but I don't think it's that close.
Okay. Well, I'll probably ask you the same question when you come back regarding the budget. But April, this earlier would be wonderful.
Okay, understood.
I sort of touched on this earlier. I asked about the advisory board. So what is the status of the OPEB advisory board? Are there any vacancies on it?
The board members serve for 5-year terms. I do know that there is one term that's expired. And the mayor's appointee expires April 31st, I believe.
One term that's expired, who's responsible for that appointment?
That is actually OCFO's appointment. The appointee has indicated that they will renew their tenure.
And you said there's one term that, one appointment, it's a mayor's that is expires at the end of April?
Yes.
Okay. My second question is, what's the annual required contribution for OPEB that we should expect in the budget in 2 weeks? And I think you said it was like 50 million.
I thought it was 53 million.
Well, anything I can do to save some money, but
That it was 53 million this year, 50. That's right, 53 million for 2022. And 53.
your statement actually doesn't give the FY23 contribution.
Yeah,
Do you know what that is?
thought it might have been, it's 41.5 million.
So it's gone down from the current year.
Yes, it changes with the actuarial contribution or the actuarial study each year. And because we had good market performance in 22, it lowered the required contribution for fiscal year 23.
Yeah. There have been questions over how the DC Retirement Board accounts for certain management fees from private equity products. Does OPEB invest in private equity?
Not at this time.
And how does OPEB budget? How does OPEB budget management fees?
The management fees are part of the administrative expenses for the fund. They're all disclosed in the annual financial statements that we report to the mayor and the council.
Has the district seen any change in the take-up rate for OPEB benefits?
I think slightly. We do a experience study every 2 years. The rate did move up. I think the last study was in 2021. It moved up, but only slightly. It wasn't a rate that's impactful.
So if it's done every 2 years and the last one was done last year, then the next one will be done next year.
Next year, that's correct.
Is there any efforts from your office to increase the take-up? Or is that DCHR responsibility?
That's DCHR.
Give me just a second. Ms. Pigler, I don't think I have any other questions for you, so I appreciate your service. Thank you for your cooperation and answers. And I think you're scheduled for you.
Is it the 3rd?
No, March 22nd.
22nd. The 3rd is OCFO.
Could be.
Yep.
Could be. And we'll have you at the end of the hearing. Maybe we'll move you up. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's going to conclude this hearing. You're excused. This has been the 3rd of 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on performance of different agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. Next Wednesday, the 2nd of March, the Committee of the Whole will hear testimony from non-government witnesses concerning education agencies. And on Thursday, we will hear testimony from the education agencies themselves, DCPS, OSSI, Deputy Mayor for Education, Public Charter School Board, State Board of Education. And then on Friday, we will have our final hearing of this series where we will hear testimony concerning the University of the District of Columbia and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. The time is 3:31 in the